As you can see, once you open this door, which is exceptionally big, which is all part of the design rules.
It had two very good things. It went like hell in a straight line, unbelievable horsepower, especially when you ran a lot of boost. And had pretty good brakes.
Raining like hell here all week, and now the worst problem is the sun in your eyes.
The car seemed very well balanced and
Plenty of power?
enough.
I said, Rolf, can you tell me something? Yeah, Brad, yeah. I said, Rolf, do you ever touch the boost in qualifying?
Oh, no.
He said, he looks at me, Brian, do I ever touch the boost? I turn it as far as it will go.
I'm a strong woman, but for me it was a heavy car. But once you get the habit to drive it, it was a very easy and very nice car.
The guys who hadn't driven it, they used to brake and turn in and the car just pushed. And then, of course, eventually they get it slowed down enough where they get the power on, then they put the power on, and then they'd be on full opposite lock, winding on lots of opposite lock.
Everything okay? Put it in the car.
If you didn't come to the race prepared to run 24 hours, you know, with certainty, with all the built-in safety margins and stuff like that, there wasn't any sense to come to the race at all.
As you brake, you used to have to try and just turn it in a little bit quicker and get on the power quickly so that you didn't have that understeer. You got the front end turned in quickly and then get on the power quickly and sort of try and hold it on the throttle through the corner. And if you overdid it, you put on a bit more opposite lock.
The engine was very similar to a 911 turbo engine, but a lot of the hardware was different. But the concept was very, very similar.
For all the years we raced, we had a ton of volunteers, and then we had some full-time mechanics that they worked with. And so the full-time mechanics would tell them what to do each night. And the thing was, there was only 3 or 4 full-time mechanics.
The car goes by and is Bob turns to me and he says, "Who's that poor bastard that already lost a cylinder?" I put my hand on his shoulder and I said, "Bob, that poor bastard is you."
When we assemble the engine, the rule of thumb is you don't want all the gaps lined up. You want them to be rotated at like 120 degrees around on the piston.
That was the ride of a lifetime. Riding without a seat when sitting wrapped around the roll cage is probably what the astronauts feel like on those sleds. As he'd come down out of there and run with back onto the drag strip, you know, that nice big sweeper, and anticipate the boost and goose it, and woo!
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, but the worst of times were nowhere near as bad as the best of times were good.
Yep. This is the first time I really invested in a car like this. So whose place is this?
This is Bruce Canepa.
What's he into?
Porsches.
Yeah? All kinds?
Yep.
Wow, I see what you mean. This is like Porsche heaven. Look at
Yeah.
these dudes.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bruce. How's
How
it
are
going?
you? Good
Nice
to
to
see
see you.
Clark, good
Hi
to
there,
see
how are
you.
you? This is Bruce Canepa. It's Bob Kelly.
Hey, Bob. How's it going? I finally bought a 911.
Oh, good.
Clark hooked me up, but mine's just 911. Mine's like a street car. This has got to be like the grandfather of mine, huh? This is cool.
It's just a 911.
Yeah, just a 911, sure. Mine doesn't have this. Mine doesn't have this. What is this car?
Why don't you guys
give
him a brief history of this thing? I'm going to take a look at it. I haven't seen it
we've
since
got
you
the
redid it.
historian here, so we'll let the historian do it.
I'm new to this, so just give me what I need to know. This is pretty cool, though.
Well, we ran this car in '80 and won the IMSA Championship with it, and ran it in Europe and a bunch of races over there, and won quite a few of the races we ran it in.
What's the biggest win this car ever had?
Probably Sebring was probably the biggest win.
So what do you do now? You're going to leave it in the shop? You're going to take it out and race it again?
No, we've just completed entirely restoring this car mechanically and cosmetically, and we put it back the way it was at Le Mans, and we're going to take it to the Monterey Historic Races because Porsche is the featured car, and John Fitzpatrick's going to actually drive this car. We still have the 935 that I raced in IMSA, so I'll drive my old car, and John will drive this car, and
Bruce,
we're going to have some fun.
Are you going to drive the 917? Are you going to take that?
We're going to do that too. We just got this car, you know, first of the year, and we totally restored it, and this should be pure excitement, this car.
God, these are great. You guys make me want to go drive. I got to get out of here. I want to go play with my car. Bruce, nice to see you.
Just be careful.
Nice
meeting you. All right.
Bruce, nice to see you again.
Nice seeing you again, Bob.
See you guys.
Clark, good seeing
Thanks,
you
guys.
again.
Bruce. See you later, Clark. Take care.
May I help you?
Hi, it's Bob Kelly. I'm here to see the video with Bruce.
I'll buzz you in.
Thanks. Yeah, it's me, Bob Kelly again. Still trying to learn a little about Porsche's racing history. So I'm at Bruce and Stephanie Anderson's place.
Hi, I'm Bob.
I'm Stephanie.
When I saw Bruce over at that race shop, he said I should come over and watch this new video he's got.
Well, he's back in his office.
Yeah.
Buddy's on the telephone.
Isn't he always on the phone?
That's his life. Why don't you go on back?
The video's about the Porsche 935 and also about the guys at a shop that Bruce was co-owner of that got involved in racing 935s. Oh, now get this. How does Bruce earn his living these days? He's an auto writer who writes only about Porsches. How do I get that job?
Sorry, Tom. Ask me that again.
Oh, one thing. I did make Bruce promise to answer all the dumb questions I could come up with.
I'd say just put the new trailing arms on, see how it does. Right. Right.
We send that to Brian, ask him what we
Okay.
get.
Hey, I better get going here. Right, okay. Bye. Bob, good to see you again. Nice place for a race team reunion, huh?
Boy, I'll say. Hey, is that a Bugatti Royale?
Keep watching.
2 of them?
Amazing, huh? Listen, you better sit over there if you don't want to catch this cold or flu or whatever I've got.
Yeah, thanks. So what, you get a new voice out of this?
My wife says I should get a job in radio. Here, take the remote control. You're going to need it for the volume once in a while. And just ask questions whenever it's right.
Anyway, welcome to the Garrettson Enterprises first annual, semi-annual, quadrennial.
So Santa Claus has a younger brother?
Longtime crew member. Civil engineer, I think.
Marty,
Well, Marty, did you ever get the bill settled at the hotel in Painted Post? Oh, okay. I just wanted to, I was worried about that.
Painted Post?
Oh, Watkins Glen in upstate New York.
I give you the man. Oliver Bob! It's all yours, Bob.
Well, it's absolutely fantastic to be here tonight, and I hope everybody else is having as good a time as I am.
Yes.
And talk about getting knocked over when I see guys like Kays Neerup and Fitzpatrick here all the way from the UK. He gets the long distance award, by the way. It's unbelievable.
Is he going to get to stand up?
No, he's next. He's not getting off the hook. Don't worry. But
Fitz is John Fitzpatrick, the driver?
Right.
But we all survived it. A lot of our marriages didn't, but that's right. That's racing. Winning is everything. So, but it was a great time, and I mean, I can't thank any of you too much for all that you did for me, and I hope that what you got out of it was as enjoyable as my time. I don't want to yak on and on and on, so I'm going to let John get up and say a few words, and then after John speaks, anybody that's got a story or whatever they want to say, come on up here and let's just lay it on the line and go for it. John?
I wasn't expecting to have to say anything, so I have to get my thoughts together. But when I got the invite for this, I mean, there really wasn't a second thought. It was just, how can I get over there? And Sandra was the same. Unfortunately, it turned out she couldn't come because the boys were home from school this weekend, so she couldn't leave them. But 1980 was just our. It was my best year ever in motor racing, and the thing was, it was really sort of the end of an era almost, and it changed because although it was really serious and there was money involved, it was still really a amateur effort. And by amateur, I don't mean second rate, but what I mean is there were people who gave their time because they just loved to be there. And there I was in the car and I was relying on all these guys who actually just loved to be there. And the fact that was even better because, when a guy's paid to come, it's just a job. But a lot of the guys were there just because they loved to be there. And as Bob said, there are so many good times, so many races. It's difficult to pick them out. And actually, Tom and I were talking earlier. We had Sachs who were sponsoring the car, and there was the young German guy who. Alex Hasenkleber from Los Angeles, and we used to really wind him up because he had an Argentinian passport, didn't he? And no, it was Argentinian, wasn't it? Brazilian. Was it Brazilian? And I remember we used to say, "Why you got an Argentinian passport, Alex?" And he said, "Oh, my father was Argentinian." And we said, "Argentinian? What the hell was he? Or Brazilian?" What did he do in the war? He said, Savoy, he wasn't in Savoy, he was a gaucho on the Pampas in Savoy.
So was this a good turnout for you guys?
Yeah, well, of the team it was, with one notable exception being Dick Barber. His wife had pneumonia.
Ouch.
His wife here, so
how long has it been since you guys have seen each other?
15 years, some of them.
Where's Bruce Canepa? I want to thank you for bringing this baby here tonight because I think what Ron's talking about, this bond that we all had with this racing, this is what did it, and to hear that distinctive sound of a 935 coming in is dynamite. And
that's Canepa's other 935. We'll see more of it later. But the car we're going to see here in a second, it's the kind of great-grandfather to the whole 935 line.
I hope it stays dry, I don't think they have any rain tires for the car, but...
How long's it been since you ran a turbo Porsche?
Well, let's see, about 11 years, 12 years most likely. No, I drove a 956 in England, just a little testing, nothing, no racetrack time, just a little bit around Silverstone.
Are you excited or are
you I'm
intimidated at all?
No, not intimidated. I don't think they're going to let us do anything that's would cause you to be intimidated. But no, I don't. I've never felt intimidated about the cars. The cars never. I've always felt I could handle a car. Sometimes you wonder, especially when you get thrown in with a bunch of people, you don't really know whether you're going to cut the mustard as far as speed's concerned and stuff like that. But I finally found out that it doesn't really make any difference, because some places I was slower and then other times I'd be faster. And so my main forte was that I was always consistent. I mean, you could pretty well predict I was going to be around the same time every lap. It wasn't one really fast one, some slow ones and that kind of stuff. So no, I'm not intimidated.
Bob was good, especially for a businessman, a mechanical engineer turned businessman, actually. Besides owning Garrettson Enterprises, along with my brother and me, he had an electronics company he was partner in. It seemed like an awful lot of his sales trips would end up in Stuttgart, Germany for some strange reason. This 935 here should be the one that broke our string of Sebring wins, 78, 79, and 80.
So this is a vintage race?
No, more like an exhibition. It's called the Rolex Legends. 24 minutes versus the 24 hours of the main event. I started to say the car Bob's in, one of the Martini cars, is the forefather of the whole 935 line. The guy's going to talk about it here in a second. Kevin Jeanette. He looks after it at his shop down in West Palm.
With a few nice cars in it, huh?
A few.
Is this some kind of museum?
Just part of the red coupe there. 73 RSR, the parent of... There, that's the same car Bob's driving. Gunner. That's the name of the place. They do race cars, restorations, and everything.
A car nut's dream, huh? First-class shop, dedicated people. Wow, that's a pretty one.
Has quite a history, too. But first, the owner of this little treasure chest. He's going to talk about the Martini car, the older car.
This is really what 935s began life as. This is the 911 RSR Turbo. To most people, they just know it as the Martini Turbo or the Baby. This is one of the cars they first designated as the Baby because of the 2.1 liter engine. This car actually is the very first production 911 ever to see a turbocharger. They got the idea because of the turbocharged 917s, and they said, because of the rules, let's go ahead and build a 911 and see how fast it'll go. They put one gigantic turbo on the back of this little baby motor. It didn't make quick horsepower, but it did make a lot of horsepower when the boost came on. When you come to the power plant in the 2.1 liter motor, you come to the technology of Porsche that's always learning from day to day. Most racing Porsches or racing, turbocharged cars of today have all got an intercooler. But you can see in the early stages of the Porsche, I don't know who had the idea, but they put the intercooler right on top of the turbocharger. Now, as we all know, these turbochargers will get white hot when they run a lot of boost. So what they discovered was, basically, putting the intercooler on top of the turbocharger wasn't the best idea going. In the later cars, you'll notice that the turbocharger intercoolers are up inside the quarter windows or in different areas of the motor bay, not actually on top of the turbocharger. This car is original. It was first a 911 RSR from 1973, where it did win approximately 3 races in the 1973 season for Porsche in Martini trim, but not this trim. When they bolted the turbocharger on this car, the car was just not adequate enough in downforce to carry the power, so within the rules they started developing what we called the factory tricks. They raised the back window, which made the rear wing more aerodynamic. Because of the way the roof structure was, the wing wouldn't get the air, so they lifted this. And then they bolted this pull table on back here, and that gave the car great stability at high speed. Some people think that it gave the car a little bit of a push factor because there was too much rear downforce, but they made up with that by adding front air dams and tires and lowering the car and different items like this. It has the splitter, which makes up the difference in the handling. In the later years, actually in '73 when they developed this, the fuel cell of this vehicle was in the front. What they did with the other 3 RSR turbos was they moved the fuel inside the rear cockpit, probably for balance of the vehicle. This car, when it was converted to the wide body, was entered in only 1 race, and in that race it had a DNF. Basically, at that point, they had developed the '74 model, which were the other 3 of the 4 Martini RSRs built, and those are the cars that went on to race at Watkins Glen and all the races in Europe, including Le Mans, where they had a great showing. The best thing about this Martini Porsche, we purchased this car from Vasek Polak, the great Porsche dealer and racer in California. He was fortunate to have gotten 3 of these Martini Porsches, and he sold them all, and we were able to pick up one. But of the 3 cars, this is the original one. The paint you see on this car is exactly the way the paint was left the last time it was raced. The insides, everything about this car is original. And you can see the attention to detail here. Porsche wasn't into detail, at least from the paint standpoint. They painted the car and used the theory to 190, who's going to see it? But what's so special about this car, it shows the workmanship to what these guys did to make these cars go fast. They didn't care about a stripe lining up or a rivet head showing. They cared about what mechanically was right, and they never let that be a second part of the car. The mechanics on any racing Porsche were always second to none. Sometimes the paint and detail had a little less to offer, but no one ever saw it because they were so fast. Who could see this stuff on a racetrack?
Nice job, Mr. Jeanette.
Yeah, well, it looks like this is over with.
How much horsepower would the Martini car have?
Around 450, and that's in about 1,800 pounds. Like Kevin said, it's a 190 mile per hour car.
Did they ever get him up to speed in the event?
For a few laps. Bob said it made him feel like a kid again.
It was fantastic. It was really fantastic. And the thing is that, you know, it just was fun pouring down into that number 1 turn, you know, full blast as fast as you can go down the straightaway and right on down. It was great.
More legend stuff. But next, another significant 935. This one coming up's a normal 77, except it belongs to...
We've taken the 2 coils and the ignition boxes out so we can use them on the dyno.
Did he say dyno?
He did. This is where Jerry Woods, he was the team's engine man. This is where he works his magic these days. And the car's fairly standard. Well, except that when Peter Gregg won the IMSA Championship in '78, he drove this car. It's also the one he put on its top at Sebring that year. Bob's helping get the car's engine ready for a run on Jerry's dyno. Then it goes back in the car for a day at Sears Point Raceway.
Now that sounds good.
It's the only thing I do for exercise nowadays is bend around inside and outside the car.
The guy in back there is David Morse. He owned the car while this was being filmed.
Why'd they pull the engine?
Rebuilt it. In fact, believe it or not, we used it for one of the 911 engine overhaul classes that Jerry and I teach. There's some shots of that in here, too. But the dyno's a great place to check an engine out. See what kind of power it's got.
And that's it in there, I guess?
Uh-huh.
What is it exactly?
The car's a 77, and it's got the 2.8-liter engine of that year. Single turbo, as you can see. Remember the size of that turbo unit, by the way. In a minute here, they'll use the starter to circulate the oil. Make sure everything's lubricated okay.
We've got oil pressure up, we've got ignition, we think we have fuel, but we'll disconnect one of the fuel lines and check that. And I think it's ready to go.
What's that big post?
Hand throttle.
The smoke's okay, huh?
Just oil from the assembly burning off.
They don't seem to mind.
Running the engine in, breaking it in. We're running for about a half an hour or so just to get some load behind the rings and get them scuffed into position. Try and take some power runs, basically to see if the fuel settings are right for the injection, that it's not too lean, boost levels are correct. This is a fairly light load reading. This is 2,600 RPM and 53 horsepower. So again, break-in procedure, we're not putting much load on the motor at this point in time.
So load tries to slow the engine down?
It's like a car going up a hill. Load would be the hill. How well it gets up the hill is an indication of the power it has. Now he's starting to put more load on. One thing we didn't see was Jerry changing the oil after the engine warmed up. In fact, he goes in and out of the dyno cell a lot, checking things over. The whole process can take 5 or 6 hours.
I want to take a look at the spark plug. Looks good. Looks good. Nice color.
So in the old days, where would you actually redline these things?
We would run them at 8,000 RPM in sprint races and 75, 7,600 in endurance races.
For vintage racing, where would you conservatively redline?
That's the owner's discretion.
Questions. What's that probe or whatever it is in the exhaust pipe? And am I right, the boost is at almost 1.5 bar?
Yes, on the boost. And the thing in the exhaust is an exhaust gas analyzer. It gives an indication of the fuel-air mixture.
Man, something's hot down there.
Part of the exhaust system.
Wow, that's wild. What was the little pipe sticking out on the other side of the main exhaust pipe?
The wastegate tailpipe.
Piece of plastic.
Yeah. Spec on it was 630 horsepower at 8,000.
Yeah.
I'm just analyzing data, see where we stand. We're looking here at the corrected horsepower and the corrected torque. Peak torque is somewhere less than 5,400 was the RPM I started, and the corrected horsepower is still beyond the 7,500 RPM. It was making 567 horsepower right there, so good data.
That made me breathe a little easier.
Why's that?
Remember I said that in one of our 911 engine overhaul classes we used this engine?
Yeah.
Well, actually I'm just stalling till the video of the class gets here.
see with the 935s on the top ring.
The 935 in principle is a 911 engine turbocharged.
Yeah, it's very similar to a turbocharged 911. You know, a lot of the hardware was different, but the basic concept is very, very similar.
The major difference that allowed it to have more power, it had a mechanical fuel injection system on the later years versus the streetcar engine that had smog constraints and CIS-style fuel injection.
Well, the 935s also had huge oil coolers to put up with the heat generated, whereas the oil coolers were pretty small in the 930.
When we assemble the engine, the rule of thumb is you don't want all the gaps lined up. You want them to be rotated like 120 degrees around on the piston.
Probably the one thing that we did differently in the 1980 era, we built some 3.2-liter motors versus the rest of the teams. A lot of them were working with 3-liter motors. And they were working with 3-liter motors for better fuel economy. But I had the approach of making a lower compression 3.2-liter motor and driving it with a lower RPM range and kind of relying on the extra torque. In order to do that, I had to get the pistons made differently. I couldn't order them from the Porsche factory. We had to go right to the manufacturer and get them from Mali. It worked out quite well, obviously. When we ran the first iteration, we won the race at Sebring.
Ecosils don't tend to gall, and one of the things, if you get too much oil, a lot of people, in my belief, put too much oil all over the rings and the pistons, and you start them up and the oil goes onto the spark plugs and tends to load up the spark plugs and smoke, and the rings don't always get a good initial bed in. So
the number we used to hear was 800 horsepower. We never had a dyno, the dyno engine's that big, so we never saw those numbers, but
more practical number was 710, 720, something like that in reality. In our era, I mean, there were times when a lot of the other teams were doing things, I'm sure, like turning the boost up, and you saw the result of turbochargers prematurely failing and things of that nature, and they were probably running 1.7, 1.8 bar of boost, and I'm sure it was possible, but not for any long period of time.
a little sealant just around, I use it just around the outside of the cylinder.
The heat that the motors generated created a lot more wear on the valve guides, specifically exhaust valve guides. That was, if we had to pick one thing that was a failure mode, it was that. It wasn't not a failure, but a high wear mode, whereas, you know, so by the time we finish a 24-hour race, it's the same as driving from San Francisco to New York in 24 hours, and you don't do that without wearing something out. And I think the guides took the biggest abuse. You know, we used the crankcases, the motors for hours, you know.
3 or 4 rebuilds.
Maybe even a couple seasons. Yeah. Crankshafts would last.
Yeah, crankshafts, rods were never any problem. The heads and the cylinders would usually last a couple of rebuilds, and then they required replacement. The ring lands would wear out on the pistons.
And rebuilds were typically, we were going to say 20 hours between rebuilds. Obviously, we did a 24-hour race, so the rebuild was more than 24 hours, but a lot of times they were right on the ragged edge. You wouldn't have gone to afterwards and used it again as a test motor, for instance.
It was done.
We got the cylinder sheet metal in place, and it's important to do that really at this stage, because later in the process, and I've done it, you go along, you get the cylinder heads, you get the cam housings on, and all of a sudden you got the fact that the sheet metal won't go around, won't easily go around where the oil return tubes are.
Everything okay?
Put it in the car.
Now, is that worth the price of admission?
Boy, I'll say. All right. What's that Moore speed there?
The 935's owner is David Morse.
Oh, yeah.
Brakes? Okay.
Dave Morse is going to take some easy laps. Make sure nothing falls off the car. Business hasn't let him do any driving for a while. By the way, the wheel diameters there's 16s on the front and 16s on the rear. The rears really should be 19s like we used to run, but you can't get race tires for them anymore.
Okay, let me look at the water and oil level. Checking the levels here. About 0.9 bar so far. Okay.
Boost at 0.9.
Okay, things look good. Okay.
So what are they testing for here?
Well, this isn't really a test day like, say, an IndyCar team would do. More like a shakedown run.
Speaking of tests, are there any road test numbers on a 935?
Yeah, I should have that maybe right over here at my desk. Here we go. Let's see now. Okay, first these are on a 2.8 single turbo, just like this one here, but on a 76, not a 77. 0 to 60 in 3.3 seconds. 0 to 100 in 6.1. 0 to 150 in 11.
Man, those are quick.
1/4 mile in 8.9 seconds at 133 miles an hour, an estimated 1.4 Gs in cornering, braking from 60 in 92 feet. This is from the January 1977 issue of Road and Track, but Porsche did the testing themselves. Oh, the German magazine Automotive und Sport tested the 79 Kramer K3 that won in France, but with the 3.2 engine. Let's see. To save the clutch, they did a rolling start, then added on a calculated amount. They have it at 3 seconds flat, 0 to 60. 0 to 100 in 5.8, and to 120 in 8.1. But then listen to this last set of numbers. These are also from the factory, but they're for the last 935 Porsche ran as their own team car in 78. 0 to 62 in this case, 2.8 seconds. And 0 to 125 in, looks like 8 flat. And that was geared for Le Mans, evidently.
Man, these things are really fast.
Bang on the decel, isn't it?
What'd he say?
It's backfiring on deceleration when he's braking for corners. You also hear it stumble a little, like under lighter acceleration. That's a characteristic of the fuel injection on these.
In the mid-range of those cars is they're fat a little bit. They blubber and sputter. What it is the fuel getting into the exhaust and kind of popping and cracking and burning in the exhaust. Once it gets on the gas, the thing just cleans out and cooks. Well?
It's, you know, you heard all the backfire and all that?
Yeah.
It's real boggy from like, say 4,000 up to 5,500. It's just blah, 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 blah. You know, it feels like plugs fouled or something, but
okay.
Maybe, I don't know, is it too rich maybe?
It may be too rich. What boost level are you at?
1.2.
1.2?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll try leaning it out
yeah.
because I could be too rich. We're going to change the fuel mixture. It's acting blubbery in the mid-range, so we'll lean it out a little and see if we can make some corrections. There's a little vernier screw in the pump that we adjust. We always refer to the number of clicks that I changed it 3 clicks. So.
By the way, what's that car obscured by the mirror there?
You'll see in a minute. There's all kinds of good cars around. One of Dave Morse's sons has taken that one out.
Sounds a little better. Okay. Well, it sounds better going here anyway, but still a 1.2 bar. Okay.
What's the problem?
Turn it off here.
Yeah. It's it just kind of bogs, you know, like 4,000, 5,000 RPM.
I'll look at the tailpipe. Maybe we try and lean it out just a couple more.
Okay. This car is so much fun to drive.
I thought that one was so much fun.
Well, the thing about the 35 is the sound is so much better.
Yeah.
You know, when we first came out with 962s or the 956s with those pipes on opposite sides of the car, it was like, what sort of, they go out, I remember they'd go out of the pit lane at Le Mans, you'd go, what in the world is that, you know?
Springs and Stratton.
And the 35s down the Mulsanne would just sing, you know, they just, a much better note.
So what happens now?
Right here should be Jerry showing a friend of his the instrument panel.
What was your question, Ben?
What do these lights do?
Okay, the orange light
is a low fuel light. Usually it means you have about 1 or 2 gallons of fuel left, or one lap maybe, depending on the length of the track. The red light is the alternator light if the generator stops working. The green light is low oil pressure, and the yellow light indicates that the engine's air cooled. So if the fan stops, you need to know that you're going to have an overheating problem. The yellow light's an indicator that the fan's not working properly. Of course, the various gauges, the one on the left is the oil temperature. The one in the middle here is fuel pressure. This is the tachometer, that's obvious. The 0 to 10 gauge is oil pressure, and 0 to 10, that's in bars. And bars is a German equivalent to saying how many atmospheres. There's about 14.5 psi per bar. This is an LED indicator of boost, and that was something that was under development. And the boost gauge that works more regularly is this one here, the analog one with the needle. And then down below we have this knob is the boost control. It pneumatically steers how much boost the turbo is making in the engine. And then of course we have a fire extinguisher knob. If we pull it, it sets off an in-car fire extinguisher. On the far right is a main power cutoff switch. Then down here on the left side of the steering wheel have a normal ignition key. We have what looks like an emergency flasher switch. Really what that does is switches to a reserve fuel tank. So if we're start to burble and run out of fuel, we can just hit this button and it gives us a reserve so we can drive back to the pits and get refueled. And then headlights. So that's the instruments.
There's that, it is a 959, isn't it?
Yep. School guys are back in the classroom, and that should still be Dave's son Chris in there.
Wow, is that the car we saw in the pits?
Yep, Dave Morse's 956. Okay, at this point, young Morse is out of the 959 and into the 935.
Poor guy.
This car sounds so foreign compared to a 35. That's good. But like at the Mulsanne, when you get 2 of them going down, and they start to get out of phase, you get that beating sound. You go, wow, 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 wow. That was an awesome sound too.
935s, he means?
Yeah. They're talking about the gearbox. You heard Morse having trouble shifting.
It is better. Sometimes if you double clutch, you can make it go in. Sometimes you can't.
But it doesn't act like it's the clutch, though.
No.
No.
You know, like I tried that last lap just as a cool-down lap,
Yeah.
shifting at like 4 or 5, and it goes right in with no problem.
Okay.
So it seems like when it's really stressed, you know, when you need it most, it won't.
That's when it's having.
Well, at least, you know, the problem with these things is they lull you, they give you sort of a false sense of security because they work
handle
pretty
well.
But then, you know, they just go. Whereas 935 gives you all the warning in the world, you know, that something's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, when you were going around there, it was popping about a lot more crackly.
Your basic 1970s aerodynamic package.
Well,
that motor's a lot stronger.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Oh yeah.
You notice a difference?
Oh, that's a lot stronger, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Are you done for the day, or what's your...
It would be nice if you took the 35 out again and we'd...
Yeah, okay, maybe lean it out a couple more clicks.
Okay.
Yeah,
Chris said it's still
dead.
bogging down.
Still dead?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know that's not my power band.
And I'd like you to try it at like 1.4 bar.
Okay, so we'll
and
try.
see what it does.
Last lap.
Seems like he's pushing it a little harder.
This car goes in first, so. And is the mid-range better?
Better, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're back down in the mixture where it used to be.
Okay.
The brake's still mushy?
Yeah.
Okay.
They work, but his pedals just...
Way down.
We weren't doing any lap timing. Basically, you know, Dave hasn't driven now for about a year and a half. You know, he's an active businessman, and you know, he needs to get the rust out, and we needed to make sure that the motor was running right. I mean, we did the dyno work, and most of the time, you know, there's not a problem, but you do see that we did change the mixture some since we had it on the dyno. We could actually go afford to lean it out. When we first went out, the car was a little bit rich, and it would pop and bang on the downshifts. You get a lot of fuel on overrun that gets into the exhaust, and you know, we can look at the tailpipe color. It's kind of an antique way of telling mixture, but it works. And so we made some adjustments there, and the car performed well. The balance of the car was real good. We have to do some work with the brakes. We're getting some air in the brakes. You have to change the brake fluid. It's old. You know, the car's been in storage now for about 2 years. So this was a shakedown, and it went real well for us.
The soft underbelly of the 935.
By the way, do you know why they're called 935s?
Probably not the whole story.
Well, the first street version turbo was called the 930, and this is one here. So that's the first part of 935. Then the 5 on the end comes from the class it raced in, Group 5. Group 5 was part of something called the World Championship of Makes. See, Porsche, when they heard that Group 5 was going to be production-based cars, they designed the 930 with the new rules in mind. Okay, first year for the 935. Anyway, because Group 5 was a silhouette-type formula, meaning the shape of the body had to be somewhat like the production car, that meant that parts of the 935, like the roof, windshield, and doors, had to be like the production 930. But then on stuff like the fenders, you could do pretty well what you wanted. Like take springs, for instance. They put titanium coil springs on all 4 corners instead of torsion bars.
Why the change?
Easier to adjust and lighter. Then the engine. It was pretty free, too. Though if you changed the displacement, that would affect what weight you had to run. Okay, now this right here is the coming out party for the new season and the new cars. That's the original 935 you're looking at.
What's this place?
Weissach. It's Porsche's research and development center.
For 2 years we prepared this Newman Championship. the Silhouette Championship, and I consider that with the new car, Formula 5 and the Formula 6, we can have good results, and we hope to be successful in the 76 championship.
That was Rossi, as in Martini and Rossi, the sponsor?
Yes. And Jochen Maas here. He's going to be one of the two primary 935 drivers this first season, along with Jackie
I
Eakes.
think you're right. In all my career, I have driven for all the big manufacturers, the big names of cars. The only one who was missing, that's a Porsche name. That's done now, and I think for me it's really, I hope not the last step, but it's really something great, and for me it's a real pleasure.
And now this is the first ever race for a Porsche 935.
So where's this?
Mugello in Italy. Like it says. This is the first of the 2 Italian 6 hours, and make a mental note of the car's headlights here.
Okay. Now, what's the 935's main competition in Group 5?
Mainly BMW, like their 3-liter CSL, the mostly black cars you're seeing.
So we're seeing the different diameter wheels now?
Right. The fronts are 16, the rears are 19.
How wide are they?
11s and 15s. You know, this is probably the first ever pit stop for a Porsche 935. Back to the wheel. See, the rule said you had to use a wheel and tire combination that didn't exceed 16 inches in width. And Porsche felt that 16 inches didn't give them enough tire on the ground, at least in the rear. So by going to a 19-inch diameter wheel, that makes the tire's circumference grow, and that means its footprint gets longer, while it's still just as wide. Oh, there's some Group 4 934s in here, too. In fact, some people converted their 934s into 935s.
So this means the 935 won its first time out.
They sure did.
Well, stock headlights.
Right. At the first race, this one's another 6-hour, by the way, rulemakers argued with Porsche that the slope nose didn't conform with the stock appearing front end rules, so they had to revert to this. But after some more debate, the CSI changed its mind and they went back to the more aerodynamic front.
So it was stock for how many races?
2. This one and the next one at Silverstone. And there's another rule problem at this race. They decided the shape of the engine cover isn't legal. You're supposed to be able to take one off the race car and fit a stock one back on, one off a production turbo. Trouble is, the 935's original intercooler sticks out too far for that to happen. By the way, that's a Lancia. We'll talk about those little devils later on. The Porsche does win here by a huge number of laps, but the factory decides to change its air-to-air intercooler to a smaller one that's water-cooled. It's less efficient, though, like the 934 has, but then that means adding radiators and all the required plumbing. It's a major annoyance, especially when they're only given a month or so to re-engineer the whole thing. At least they're allowed to run one more time with the original setup.
Was that John Fitzpatrick?
Uh-huh. One of the enemy at this point, especially after, see there on the left, the 935 fried its clutch at the start. It got going, but not very far.
We can push it to the pits. We've looked at it. Und erster, zweiter, das Schaltgabel vom dritten, vierter.
See, production headlights again. They had the engine out, changed the clutch, and popped it back in an hour and 40 minutes, but ended up 10th.
So Fitz won this time.
Yes, he did. So this is the intercooler changeover back in Weissach. They put the water radiators in the openings in the fenders there.
The fenders, and the rest of the body for that matter, what are they made out of?
Well, they start with a basic 911 steel body, and then all the more or less replaceable parts are either fiberglass or a polyurethane foam material. Okay, back from surgery and back to its original nose. but there hasn't been enough time to get everything right, and the engine starts having problems. We keep it going for quite a while, but it doesn't finish.
Now, where does Le Mans, I never know how to pronounce it, where does it play in all of this?
Well, it's coming up right after Zeltweg here, where the car again has a problem, which means BMW gets the points again. But as far as Le Mans goes, well, it's run by the French, so it's always a little different, sometimes a lot different. It's coming up here in a minute. It's not part of the Makes Championship either, but since it's the 800-pound gorilla of endurance racing, the factory sends down the 935, plus 2 of these open cockpit cars here. They're 936s. That's as in Group 6. Our friend Dave Morris from the day at Sears Point, he's got one of these. Actually, 2.
In the northeast of France, Le Mans is the mecca of auto racing. Here for the 44th time, the 24 hours of Le Mans is to be run on the 8.5 mile high-speed track with its engine-killing Mulsanne straightaway. First on the schedule of the drivers is relaxation. The tennis game is fought out by Rolf Stommelen and team manager Manfred Janke. Manfred Schurte fills in as ball boy. The countdown for the race begins on Friday with the drivers' meeting. Jackie Ickx, Gijs van Lennep, Manfred Schurte, Jürgen Bart, Reinhold Jost, and Rolf Stommelen discuss the race course. Saturday afternoon, the last couple of hours before the start, are among the most exciting at Le Mans. The stands are already packed as the drivers take their starting position. The Porsche 935 with Stommelen and Schurte. The highly thought-of Alpine Renault. The BMW Turbo. The Porsche 936 with Jost and Bart. And for the first time, American stock cars are going to race here. Only 3 minutes to start. And now, the battle of men and machines begins. In front, the Martini Porsche and Renault. Behind them, the 53 others. 55 cars altogether make the Le Mans start. French spectators particularly appreciate the Renault taking the early lead. After him, Jackie Ickx and Reinhold Jost. But only 20 minutes into the race, Jackie Ickx takes the lead. Searing heat affects drivers and machines. Outside temperature reaches more than 95 degrees. Inside the cars, it goes to more than 120 degrees. Early in the race, the stock cars begin to tire. The first American car has to give up. On the straightaway, the Porsche 935 rolls at 208.66 miles per hour. In the Porsche pit, everyone concentrates on the race, including Martini team sponsor Count Rossi and his wife.
Tandis que sur les pelouses, vas-y donc je te pousse en douce, le public tourne les pouces, chacun se croit.
At nightfall, a special atmosphere settles over Le Mans. The unrelenting speed in the dark is fascinating, and for some, very tiring.
Et quand la journée s'achève, en portant sa ration de rêve, chacun s'en va en chantant, qui reviennent bien vite en venant, les 24 heures du Mans.
The Martini Porsches are still in good form. Stommelen and Shorty are in third place. Hicks and Van Lennep still lead. The world ski champion of Liechtenstein, Annie Wenzel, cleans the helmet of her fellow countryman Manfred Shorty. Meanwhile, he is enjoying a massage. Racing today is a tough sport. Sunday morning at 11, things suddenly come to a head for Porsche. The exhaust brakes on the leading 936 and loss of fuel pressure in the now fourth place 935. On top of that, a brush with the barrier causes a torn fender. Now the competition begins to catch up, lap after lap. Finally, both cars are back in the race. And in spite of the pit stop, Hicks and his Martini Porsche still hold the lead. Finally, at 4 p.m., the checkered flag falls. First, Hicks van Lennep in front of the untiring Mirage. Stommel and Shorty still make fourth place.
The factory was okay with that?
They did win their class, but third behind the two 936s. Now, that's what the factory would have really liked. So now we're back in the Makes Championship. BMW and Porsche are virtually tied for the lead with only 2 more races, but this one's on our side of the pond for a change. See the second 935 there? The factory's worried about the championship, right? So they pull the prototype out of the closet, give it a little last-minute preparation, and all of a sudden, 2 factory racers.
Who's driving the second car?
Old Stommelen and Shorty.
Talk to me about engines a little bit here. All 935s have turbocharged flat sixes.
Right.
And some are single turbo, some are twin turbo.
Right again.
And how big are they?
Originally, they were 2.8 liters, but they had 3.0s, 3.2s, even 2.6s.
And these here are 2.8s?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're 2.8s, but they're turbocharged. And according to the rule book, that makes them equivalent to being a 4-liter.
Some sort of multiplication?
Right. See, whenever turbocharged engines or supercharged engines, when they compete with normally aspirated engines, some sort of multiplier is applied to make things more even. In this case, it's 1.4, so you multiply the engine size, 2.85 liters times 1.4, and you get just under 4 liters. That's right at the top of the 3,500 to 4,000 cc range in the regulations. Now, later on in IMSA, they use slightly different multipliers.
And what kind of horsepower are we talking?
These cars at normal boost, right around 600. Now, that's with a single turbo, 2 plugs per cylinder, fuel injection. Of course, they got more powerful as the years went on.
Looks like the second car paid off.
Now 1, 2, 3. Stommelen and Shorty first in the prototype. A converted 934 was second, and then Eeks Maas had brake problems and came in third, but finally, no engine problems.
Stommelen's the birthday boy?
Yep. You know, it's tragic, but Rolf won't be around to see many more birthdays after this one.
What happened?
He was killed in California at Riverside in 1983. Far as I know, the only driver killed in a 935. What a driver he was, though. One of the quickest. Very intense. Very dedicated. But here we are at the last race of the season. All the factory bigwigs are hoping that Manfred Shorty can do a handstand on a tire. They're hoping that going again with 2 cars will get them the championship. There was Norbert Singer there. Bob, back up the tape a little.
Sure. Here, let me try.
The Eekses, Porsche's top brass. Yeah, that's Singer. Head engineer on the 935 and a whole lot of other Porsche race cars. Oh, did you see that white car? The Kramer team from Germany. They upgraded an older car into their own 935.
That one?
Yeah. We'll see more on the Kramers.
These first-year 935s, how much do they weigh?
Actually, that's part of the formula in Group 5. A 4-liter car, 4-liter equivalent, remember, has to weigh at least 970 kilograms, right around 2,140 pounds. And in fact, they had to add ballast to the 935s to get them up to that. Now, if he decided to go bigger on the engine or just stay at the 930 stock displacement of 3 liters for that matter, they would have pushed it over 4,000 cc's and put it in another weight class, and that would have complicated the tire situation.
Tires?
Remember the maximum of the wheel and tire combination we talked about? The width, I mean, not the diameter. Now, if Porsche had gone with a bigger engine, they still would have had to run that same 16-inch width of tires. So a little less power, a little less weight, suddenly things are a little easier on your rear tires.
Sounds good. Now there's somebody that could have used more tire. As for transmissions, they only had 4 speeds, right?
Yep, the production 930 turbo had a 4-speed, so that's what the race cars had to have.
So they won it?
Storybook ending. The 935s finished 1-2, and the 1976 World Makes Championship goes to Porsche. I'm pretty sure that meant, how about sharing the champagne? Season number 2. They go back to Le Mans, of course. They take the 936s again, which, by the way, have smaller engines than the 935, but weigh a lot less. And they take this one 935. There's Ralph. Now, how about this? This is the car that won that year, a 936. Jürgen Barth is showing us the Mulsanne, which we'll talk about a little more later.
Jedoch im Rennen ist es teilweise sehr gefährlich.
Barth is saying something like, very little traffic right now, but in the race, overtaking is very dangerous. Like with these Carreras, for example.
Jetzt kommt die schnellste Kurve in Le Mans.
Now comes the fastest corner in Le Mans. 340 kilometers.
Durchfahren. Vollgas.
Full gas. You know, fortunately or unfortunately, the Mulsanne has changed now. Not as fast anymore.
300 Meter Anfangspunkt. Zurückschalten.
Mulsanne, the corner coming up, is the slowest corner in Le Mans, downshifting to 60 kilometers.
How long is that straight?
A little over 3.5 miles. Okay, the factory had a couple of new drivers in one of the 936s. Hurley Haywood there getting his seat fitted. And in the 935, they went with Manfred Schurte and Mr. Stammelin.
That with a mirror is different to see to the rear. So this one is far away from your eye.
On the street?
That used to be a tradition here at Le Mans, getting the cars to and from tech inspection.
The 935 looks a little different here than 77.
Yeah, the body is changed a little. There's a new tail section. And it's hard to see, but they've added a second rear window on top of the stock one. There's a couple of inches separating the two.
Why?
Same reason they raised it on the RSR Turbo. Better airflow to the rear wing. But the rule said you got to keep the stock window, so they just added on a kind of false roof and window back there. Plus, they go to bigger brakes, kind of running boards to try to get a little ground effects out of the deal. The adjustable sway bar is now the front. A rule change let them move the firewall in toward the driver by 20 centimeters, about 7 inches. And that gave them enough space for a larger water air type of intercooler. Maybe best of all, 2 turbochargers, mainly for better throttle response by cutting down the single turbo's lag time. But with the other engine changes, the horsepower goes up to about 630.
Wow, right to the wall. Hey, wasn't that red car a 935?
Good call. That was one of the loose cars, one of the independent teams over there. Along with Kramer and Yost, they were real active with 935s. So another change for 77 was the factory started selling customer cars to private teams, copies of the 76 car.
The 76 car? The private teams don't get the new 77 stuff?
Not really, at least body-wise.
How many 935s do they end up selling?
40-something in all, 13 in 1977. Those were single turbos. Then 15 for 78 with the twin turbo engine. Then 7 more for 79, adding in some of the tweaks from the 935-78. Then the last 935s from the factory were a few made for 1980. Some of those were sold as parts or as tub chassis units.
What'd they cost?
Let's see. In 79, I think I remember them selling for $120,000.
Was there much profit in it?
Nah, they didn't sell them so much for making money as to have a number of Porsches out there competing for championships.
And it worked?
In this year here, 77, Porsche had 9 wins in the 9 races of the Makes Championship.
I guess it did work.
Actually, it worked almost too well. Porsche starts getting criticized in the German press because after BMW pretty well pulled out of the Makes Championship, everybody was saying that Porsche was having it easy, and they were. So just to prove a point, they built one special 935 to run in the smaller class in Germany where BMW and the others still were serious. It had a tiny engine, a 1.4-liter single turbo with a 5-speed gearbox, by the way. It was the first 935 built with a subframe of aluminum, which helped it weigh only about 1,600 pounds. You know, some people call the early small-engine RSR turbos baby. This is the real baby. Its total history is 2 races. First one it didn't finish. It only had 3 months to engineer and build it, but it won its second race by half a lap. Pretty well shut the critics up. Later on, a driver from Sweden built a similar car called the L1, mainly for the same German races, but without too much luck.
Suddenly, the engine broke, and I think it's the road which broke, but it was really very, very sudden.
Where did it happen?
It happened coming back to Indianapolis. I was on 5th gear at 6,500 about.
So what'd he say broke?
Connecting rod.
So it's now one 936 and the one 935?
That's right, and the last 936 hung on to win it, while our boys are in trouble.
War also dem Geräusch nach zu urteilen und der Motor hatte keine Leistung mehr. Bin dann mit langsam fahrendem Auto ganz
He's saying something like, it felt like the exhaust broke. The motor had no more power, so I drive slowly back to the pits. Then it became apparent that something was wrong with the cylinder, but exactly what we don't know. Then Moss, the interviewer, says, Manfred, you're now out of the game. Are you going to drive in another car now? And Shirty says, I don't think so. We now have 2 of the factory cars out, so 6 drivers in 1 car is too many. So the factory 935 didn't finish, but a private 935 did win Group 5.
So except here, Porsches did pretty well in 1977.
Like I said, in the Makes Championship 9 for 9, when the factory didn't win, a privateer did. Some of the competition, the 320 BMW, and a Capri with a familiar sponsor. These are from a German race from 78 or 79.
What about over here in the U.S. in IMSA? What year did the 935 start running here?
Well, this Interscope car right here is what ran during 1977. It's called a 934.5 because it has wider rear wheels and fenders. Basically most of the back end of a 935. Plus it had the 935 type mechanical injection, so it had over 500 horsepower, and it was lighter too. But the first of the breed to come over here were these, the 934, a year earlier. They ran the SCCA's Trans Am series. I guess that's a Trans Am car.
When they originally came over as 934s, Ungaius had the first car, I believe, at Brainerd, and it started to pour rain in the race. This was before I was driving as a crew guy, and he went flying by, rolling up the electric windows, and it was just leading the race. It was amazing.
Electric windows, my kind of race car.
Yeah, no air conditioning, though. Now, this is Bob Garretson with a couple of guys that know all about those first years. This is up top of the Goodyear Tower. 95 Daytona, I think. On Bob's left is Vasek Polak, the Porsche dealer and longtime race team honcho. Unfortunately, he passed away in 97. And there on the right, that's Joe Hoppen. He's the man responsible for bringing both the 934 and 935 to the U.S. He was Porsche's racing boss in the U.S. back then.
Porsche came with the 934 Turbo. And since the development in the IMSA racing got stronger and stronger, the competition got tougher, I decided we should have the turbos in the IMSA series. Of course, it was a hard time to get IMSA commit to letting turbos run in the series because there were no turbos around. But eventually I could convince them because I said, well, the 934s, we bring them as they are being sold, with power windows, power sunroof, radios, and the whole accessory added to them, which of course is not the way you go racing, but makes the car heavy and all that. So eventually IMSA said, okay, you can run the turbos 934s in the next season. So I ordered 10 turbos from Porsche, assuming that I could sell some of them, race some of on our own. And I go to Germany, to Weissach, testing the 934 turbos with Holbert and Peter Gregg. And while we were testing, that was in up in November, he called me on the phone. He said, there's an urgent call for you. There was John Bishop telling me that he changed his mind and turbos would not be eligible for the coming season. So I said, well, there's no need to discuss it in length on the phone. I'll be back in the States very soon, and we sit down and discuss it. And I had a long meeting with John, and John told me that, yes, you cannot run the turbos in our series. So I said, well, you said yes, and I'm sitting here with 10 turbos. So, well, I had to find alternatives. Because my management told me, I ordered these 10 cars, quite a bit of money involved, and of course we normally paid those cars after we sold them. And here, of course, I couldn't sell the car, which you couldn't race. So I called a couple of friends. One of them, of course, was Wojciech Polak. I said, Wojciech, look, we got these cars, and you got to help me somehow to utilize these cars. And Wojciech says, well, where can we run them? I said, well, I have to find a place for them. I don't know yet. So I went to SCCA. The Trans M series was faltering. It was almost dead. I went to SCCA and I said, look, I have a proposal. If you let us on the turbo Porsches in your series, I guarantee you 10 cars to participate in your series. Plus, we let you have the Super V series, and you have a very good championship. And well, in the meantime, it was already almost January, and the season was coming up, the SCCA season. And so I called Wojciech. I said, Wojciech, we probably can run the cars, and you're going to get 3 cars.
Love them or not,
yeah. Wojciech said 3. Well, I said, well, that's the minimum for a big dealer like you. Anyway, also Hermann and Müller, Porsche Audi got one, and Al Holbert. Now comes the first race, here in Pocono Speedway. And we had the cars, we didn't have much time, so the cars came by airplane. We trucked them to the racetrack, and Wojciech got Hurley Haywood and George Vollmer to drive. Al Holbert was driving his. Hermann Müller was there with one, and then I invited a whole bunch of Carreras. I paid them to come to run Trans Am. Ludwig Heimrath, Bob Hagstead, and we ourselves had the 2 Scirocco's for Trans Am. And so we had our 10 cars there. And of course, Wojciech's cars came in 1-2. And we won the Trans Am Series, and we also won the championship.
The car came on the truck, 2 cars just came. We take the paper from shipping paper from window down, clean the car, change the gear, do nothing, just little adjustment, and we'll do other adjustment lately. But just detail, little filing. But when the car came from factory, it was ready to race, and that's proof many times. And that was also this time. We just cleaned them, and we was first and second, Hurley and George Foreman, and we was, and this go on, and we was whole season, and then we won championship for Porsche. That time with 934.
But in IMSA, no 935 yet?
We're getting close, like with the 934.5, but next is where Garrettson Enterprises, we jump in with both feet.
It started in 1977. I went to Laguna Seca to watch the IMSA race, and ran into a friend of mine by the name of Dick Barber, who had just bought a brand new 934.5, they called it in those days, and was running. He had one guy working with him, and they sort of were also Rans and stuff like that. So next thing, I went to Sears Point, and he was up there. And the car was there, and he was there, but they never saw the racetrack with problems and stuff like that. So I jokingly said, Dick, what you really ought to do is let me prepare your race car for you. So a few weeks later, he called me up and said, I want to take you up on the offer. So, we had people, Jerry Woods and stuff, were working at the shop, and Porsche Club guys who had worked on the same principle with Walt Moss on the 914 program, started coming around and wanted to get involved, and then it just grew from there. And then next year it was 1 car, 2 cars, 3 cars, 4 cars.
So IMSA finally relented in 1978.
Relented is a good way to put it.
And of course, the next step now was the 935. I was then talking to Bishop the following season. Well, yeah, we're going to bring some cars in, but it has to be a 935 rather than a 934. He said, what's the difference? I said, there's not much difference. Just 934, 935, no power windows, no that. He said, was going back and forth and didn't know. So fortunately, I was actually pretty close with Les Griebling, Mid-Ohio. Yeah. I said, you got to run a special race, and with Porsche 935s and all exotic cars. He said, that's a good idea. When do we do it? I said, well, he organized the race then, and there were a lot of these type of cars, exotic cars. And in the meantime, we had Jim Busby with a 935, and Porsche got, of course, Vollmer back again. We got Jackie Ickes, we brought him over to run, and we got a lot of talented drivers. And suddenly, Bishop realized the 935 is not such a bad idea either. And also the Camel people, the sponsors, suddenly got very interested to see that race in Mid-Ohio was so good. Porsche did a lot of promotion, there were a lot of sponsors, and well, finally Bishop then agreed to let the 935s run. So now we started a whole new era.
Starts our new era too, 5 years wandering around racing 935s. This is our first 935. This car, well, parts of it anyway, is the one I end up calling Warhorse. It goes on to have quite a history with us.
How'd you do there at Daytona?
Not bad for our first 935 effort. Got a second. Blew some rear tires, which tore up the bodywork there. What happened was the rear springs were too soft, and we got too much negative camber, squatting on the banking, and the inside edges of the tires got hot. The whole Daytona gang.
Yes, 54 minutes, 54.
Now this is Sebring, our oldest film, and we run the Daytona car again and a second car.
I was joking when I asked Dick Barber whether we could prepare a second car because I'd like to drive some races. We'd only done one race with him, and but we were successful. We'd come in second at Daytona, I said, and he said, yeah, if you can get it ready, we'll run 2 cars.
Hey gentlemen, one thing that we want to do this weekend is win under any circumstances. So having 2 cars, we're going to have one of our cars be a rabbit. We want to go absolutely full speed and draw the other cars out and force them to brake.
Yeah. When I start the race, I go so fast as possible, very high revs, a very high boost, and I think it's no problem to beat the BMW and to push him so hard as possible that the BMW will break down. And then we take the lead. Maybe we take the lead immediately, and then I think it is no much problem. And then we slow down. But in the beginning, we go so fast as possible.
That way, Charles, you guys keep us in sight, and as we're the rabbit, we'll be right there at the end, hopefully.
Are you ordering us to take it easy then?
No, I want you to keep us in sight because we don't want any cars to really...
I thought you were ordering us to take it easy.
So is this the rabbit car or the other one?
That's Brian Redman there, so this is the Take It Easy car. Redman's in with Bob Garretson and Charlie Mendez. Charlie happens to be the promoter of the race.
Whoa.
That's just a little pit stop practice.
How'd you guys end up qualifying?
Dick and the European guys second, Bob, Brian, and Charlie fifth.
Okay.
David Hobbs had the pole, but he didn't stay there long. Stommelin took over the lead and set fastest lap.
Now, you were on the crew here, weren't you?
Right, on number 9, that car right there, the Take It Easy car.
So the team's got 2 cars and what, 6 drivers?
Yeah, well, this is a 12-hour race, don't forget. This way, Dick Barber, he's the finance guy behind all this, and Bob Garretson. See, with 6 drivers, Dick and Bob could justify driving even though they weren't as quick as, say, Ralph Stommelin there. Of course, as hardly anybody else was either. Oh, and here's one reason you want more than one car. The rabbit's in trouble. It's out of the race in a little bit here. Now it's all up to the 9 car.
I'm getting an accident report from the S's. Car 59, Peter Gregg has flipped. Gregg has flipped in the S's. Gregg is out of the car and okay.
And that's the car that Dave Morse had at Sears.
Oh, yeah. But how'd you end up with drivers like Manfred Schurte and Rolf Stommelin anyway?
Well, the factory scaled back its racing for 1978, but they already had their drivers under contract, guys like Ralph and Jackie Eakes. So what they did, they loaned them out to the private teams. In all, we had something like 40 drivers in their 935s.
Why so many?
For one thing, some of them paid. I think it was around $25,000 for a Le Mans ride. Or they brought a sponsor with them. You see Budweiser, BP Gas. Remember, 20 years ago, with hardly any TV, sponsorship wasn't anything like it is today. And then guys like Stommelin, Schurte, Johnny Rutherford, Rick Mears, they were all paid basically by the factory, through Volkswagen of America. Redman, Brian Redman, he was paid that way too.
I remember the first race that you and I raced together, we also won, and that was the Sebring.
Oh.
And that was your first race back after your big accident, wasn't it? And,
yes, the Sebring 1978.
And you had a lot of apprehensions, I remember, about that.
Yeah, I'd had a very bad accident in May of 1976 when the new Can-Am car, they changed the rules for Formula 5000, which was an open-wheel single-seater with a 5-litre Chevy. And they said, you've got to put bodywork on. And when we came to the first race with this new bodywork on, the car was very good. It was quick, it was prepared by Chaparral cars. And I came in the pits after about 15 or 20 laps into the practice period. Jim Hall said, how's the car? I said, it's great. He said, do you want to do anything? I said, yeah, let's take a 1/4 of an inch off the front wing, which he did. And I went out, and on the next lap, at the top of the 170-mile-an-hour main straight, it was uphill, the car took off and went 30 feet in the air, turned upside down, came down, broke my neck, shoulder, breastbone and ribs. I had bruising of the brain, which my wife said I've never recovered from.
Well, you must not have, you're still doing it all.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is now, here we are, 15, 16 years later. And when I was recovering, I thought I've got to race. I'm going to aim for the Sebring 12 hours in March of 1978. And so I started walking first of all, and then trotting, and then running. And I asked Joe Hoppen, who was the great Führer of Porsche Motorsport. I said, Joe, can you find a car for Sebring? You know, not something that's a winning car, but something to drive around in. Yes, Brian, yes. And he said, I have a good car, second car with Dick Barber, with Bob Garretson, and with Charlie Mendez. And he said, Charlie Mendez is the racetrack promoter and hasn't done much racing, and I don't think you've done.
No, I hadn't raced for about 5 or 6 years. I'd quit. My first race back as well.
In the dark and in the lead now in the pits, car number 9 with a 1-lap lead over second place 13, a 3-lap lead over third place 95.
You're leading.
Yep, right here. There's still an hour and a half to go. We're starting to worry because the third place car, Hurley Haywood and Bob Hagstead, I think it was, they're really flying. They passed Shaw and Spalding for second shortly after this. Garrettson's getting the honors of doing the last laps. Charlie Mendez kept the turtle car in front. Really, this was a tribute to our more inexperienced drivers not trying to drive over their heads. Oh, that's Marge Green. She was an important part of the team for quite a while.
So we cruised around, and what happens? We won. So that was a very fond memory for me.
So we're all there, and the interviews come, you know, the guy who with the microphone, he comes up and he says, okay, he says, Bob, he says, how was it out there? And I said, oh, it's great, yeah. He says, well, how long have you been racing? And I said, well, this is my first race. And he, gas look on his face and off to the next person. He didn't want to talk anymore after that.
Cute. But clear something up for me here. You guys race primarily in the U.S. in IMSA, which is now professional sports car racing.
Right. This one here at Laguna is IMSA, International Motorsports Association.
But IMSA had a finger in Le Mans, and then there's the World Championship of Makes that's run primarily in Europe, but kind of shared a couple of IMSA events over here in America, right?
Right. The U.S. events being the Daytona 24 and Watkins Glen. But Le Mans is the big one. Our first time at the big event. We get stuck way out back of everything. We're the new kids on the block, so things are pretty crude. Like that's Brian Redman there. Best place he could find for a nap. Still, it was a huge deal for us. Oh, next year, don't let the non-French music fool you.
Crewing in the weeds at Le Mans the first year where we were up there.
We're up on the hill.
Up on the hill between the two trees and the mud and the other stuff. And I was sleeping. You had the audacity to wreck the car at 4:30 in the morning and wake me up from my nice sleep I was having in the pit where the fellows with the RSR had left.
It was about 4 o'clock in the morning. I'd been driving for 2 hours. And I had about 3 laps to go, I think, before it was time to come in. And I had been racing all my 2-hour stint back and forth with this other car, another 935. And so I figured, well, I got him this time down the straightaway, and I passed him and went into the turn. And I think the tires were getting tired, and I was tired, and started to lose the rear end. Just a twitch of the wheel would have saved it, but I mean, I didn't cross up, but something like that. I don't know what I did, but it was overcorrected, and the car started to go back the other direction, and I knew I couldn't catch it. If I did catch it, it was going to be violent anyway. So, but it was in a slow turn. It wasn't spinning or anything like that. It was just a very, very slow thing, and I was scrubbing lots of speed off as it was going around. And as it turned out, it hit the wall, the outside of the track, going parallel to the wall, only backwards. And then when it hit the wall, it caught and started flipping and stuff like that. And I said, I counted, I think about 7 times I can remember going on, wondering when it was going to stop. And it finally did. It stopped on all 4 wheels and sitting crosswise on the track. And couldn't get out of the car, couldn't get the doors open. Never thought that the windshield was not in there and could have climbed right out the windshield, but trying to figure out how to get the doors open, how to get out of the thing, and finally the marshals came and just bent the window net out of the way and climbed out through the window.
They brought the wreck in, and we were, of course, had done very well in the race. We were 5th overall, 1st in IMSA class, etc. But they brought all the debris in, and I had pieces of doors, and there wasn't a whole lot left of the whole car. But those French people were going crazy, and I spent about a half hour with a big black ink pen writing Bob Garretson little pieces of the 935.
So both Brian Redman and Bob Garretson had major accidents.
Not much comparison, actually. This one was hard on the car, but Bob was real lucky and only got bumps and bruises. Anyway, the car looks about dead, right? Well, it's not dead yet, as we'll see. We went over there with high hopes, and we had quite an entertaining sponsor, especially for Rahal.
Racing is a tough sport.
We were doing pretty well before the accident, which put Steve Earle and Bob Aiken out of the race, too. Steve Earle's the guy that has the Monterey Historics.
So, who all was in the other car?
Dick Barber, Brian Redman. Brian ran about a dozen races for us over the years. And a guy named John Paul Sr. He kind of went off the deep end a few years after this, but he was a good driver. He and his son John Paul Jr., who's still racing, they ended up building some of the best 935s ever. So, as Brian Carlton said, the Redman Barber John Paul car came in 5th. Won the IMSA class, though. And here we go, the factory's Le Mans car for '78, the legendary Moby Dick.
Moby Dick?
Norbert Singer himself called it that. You'll see why in a minute. It's over from the factory museum for some of the 50th anniversary events. Of all the 935s ever made, this is the most famous, the factory's most radical extension of the original 911. It's a lot different from the '77 car. The front's all aluminum subframe like the Baby the year before. Brake diameter is now up to 13 inches and the front track's wider. See the steering wheel? First 935 with right-hand drive. And those radiators there. Front one's intercooler, back one's oil. Another of those infamous double rear windows. More space frame. And also first upside-down transaxle in a 935.
Why'd they do that?
Everything's lower, which meant the axles, the half shafts, would be at too much of an angle off horizontal. Those donuts can only take so much angle mismatch. Coolant. Like the RSR Turbo you saw earlier, this car's pretty well unrestored. The engine? Jerry will talk about it. The twin turbos.
The original Moby Dick car, which was done by the factory specifically for Le Mans, had a completely different motor. Yeah. It had actually a water-cooled head motor on it, 4-valve per cylinder, and it wasn't related to anything else that we saw here. It was a purpose-built car. And it made quite a bit more horsepower than we had with our air-cooled engine.
Interesting that the engine was finished before the chassis was even started. And now you begin to see why it's the Moby Dick. Imagine it in all white. A lot lower than the earlier ones. Norbert Singer re-examined an earlier rule change that allowed you to modify a car's floor and side panels so there'd be more clearance. And that was for the fat exhaust pipes of turbocharged front-engine cars like the BMW 320. But Singer interpreted this as a way to raise his car's floor while lowering the body. Ended up being about 3 inches lower than the '77 car. Rear wing's way out back.
So what was it doing in the Bay Area?
What do you mean was? It's here now for the Monterey Historics. These pictures were shot just a little while ago. The roll cage, it makes up for the strength loss during the side panel and floor modifications. The right-hand drive.
Did Jerry Woods mention a horsepower number?
No, but that would depend on if you wanted the old numbers or the new numbers.
What's that mean?
For years it was 750, but these days Porsche's saying 845. 845 at 8,200. Don't know the boost level on that. With torque at 615. And then adding displacement, it's a 3.2 liter. Means more weight, so it weighs around 2260. But still, and this is the car we talked about before, doing 0 to 60 in 2.8 seconds. 0 to 62, I should say.
I remember. Now, how about top speed?
On the Mulsanne, now this was in a practice session, it was clocked at 366 kilometers per hour. In miles, that's a big 227. And it did 222 in the race. But it was using a lot of fuel to do it. Only finished 8th, mainly because of an oil leak. When it first appeared, though, at Silverstone, it certainly caused some consternation. And then it went out and won by 7 laps. By the way, that notch in the body at the door, that wasn't supposed to be there. They thought the design had been improved in its original form, with the sides as one uniform shape front to back, with some big NACA ducts for cooling, but they had to change to this. But the whole thing turned out to be pretty darn effective anyway. I think we've got to get on toward the end of 78.
How'd you do in the IMSA Championship?
Not that well. We didn't run all the events. Only 8 races total, and one of them was this Trans Am here. Recognize her?
Yeah, who is that?
Janet Guthrie.
Oh, right. Ran at Indianapolis, first woman.
Mm-hmm. The guy talking to her was Gary Evans, more or less our team manager there for a while.
Very stylish.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the Texaco deal was only for this one race.
So how'd Janet do?
Not bad, got a 4th.
What made Porsche stop racing the 935, the Moby Dick?
At least partly because the Martini sponsorship was going away, but also because at this point there were quite a few 935s around, so Porsche was mainly racing against its own customers, in makes at least. So they retired Moby Dick after 4 races and 1 win at Silverstone. It kind of lived on, though, because people like Yost were able to copy the car, so Moby Dick clones were built. A few. Turns out Singer had planned to run an advanced Moby car with ground effects the next season, but it never happened.
Who drove the car?
Let's see, Stommelen and Schurte at Le Mans, Eakes and Moss got the Silverstone win.
Did they ever sell just the engine?
No, never did. Anyway, that's what we did in our first year. Peter Gregg there on the left was the 78 IMSA champ, at least partially with that 935 that Dave Morse was driving at Sears Point. Gregg was the man to beat in those days, in IMSA and in Trans Am.
Oh, nice one.
When did you get this car?
I got this car in '79.
You debuted it at Sears Point?
At Sears Point, yeah. We had run at Daytona in the 934.5, and we'd finished 3rd. And I had spoke with Porsche about buying parts to update the 934.5, and at that point they convinced me that that wasn't in my best interest, it wasn't feasible nor cost effective, and that they would build me a new car. And I went to Germany and met with Porsche, and they sold us a car. But anyway, it was the last or the second to last 935 ever built from the factory. I think it was the last car ever built from the factory, I believe.
Yes, this is the car that was at the reunion. And yes, Bruce has been known to grow a beard or two over the years.
It was interesting because the Porsche factory had committed to building a certain limited number of 935s for IMSA, and they made an accommodation to build one more for us. So Porsche felt that we would drive the car quick enough and make a good enough showing that they thought it was worthwhile for them to build another car for us. At the time I was racing it, we went through this car and stiffened up the tub somewhat, and we changed all the connections. Well, we changed the roll bar in terms of we tied it into the body and made the body stiffer, and then we changed all the ends on the roll bar to make it so that it secured better. Just basically stiffened up the car. And then when we got done doing all that work, rather than just leaving it aluminum, I didn't want to maintain it, because in the aluminum you're always cleaning it, so I just took and had it anodized black. But when we restored the car, as we raced this car, it got updated. When I restored it, I put it almost all back to the original work. We did leave the suspension upgrades because they're all Porsche and it's all stock, except the car sits lower. But we put it back to the water-cooled motor. We put all the stock bodywork back on. I thought it was a lot prettier, and it was what it was when I got it. So we put all the original body parts back on. I never threw any of them away. I kept them. So we put the car mostly back to original. We kept some of the upgrades, but it's mostly the way it was when the factory built it now.
It's a 934.5, that's the single turbo. What's the difference between driving it and driving this?
A lot. First of all, I think it's 150 less horsepower than this car. I think the 934.5s were about 650 horsepower, so it has considerably less power. It has a lot more lag because it's a single turbo, so you have to spool up and wait a lot longer to get up speed, where the twin turbo car, this is a bigger engine, and with the twin turbo car you stand on the gas and it's pretty responsive. It has a lot of torque. Beyond that, everything's different about it. It doesn't have near as big of tires on it, and didn't have the brakes that this car has. It didn't have the aerodynamics that this car had with the bodywork. It looked more like a normal turbo Porsche.
think the 34 versus the 34 and a half, the 34 was like a real street car.
Like a real street car, yeah. 34 and a half seemed like a huge leap from the 34.
Yeah, and then you get to this car and it's the same leap.
It's a world again, yeah. It was just, for me it was like a sprint car on pavement, because I was not uncomfortable with the car driving it sideways. I wasn't uncomfortable with it being loose. In fact, it was a huge improvement over being in a dirt car. It had a windshield, it had brakes, it had things that we didn't have before. So,
did you ever race one of these in the rain?
Yeah, yeah. I ran the Lumbermans with Gianpiero Moretti in the Momo car, and yeah, I had about 3 hours in the rain.
That was when the Interscope, I guess, they turned theirs into a sprint car. Remember, I think they tore off all 4 corners.
Yeah, actually, Danny and I got together on the straightaway at Ohio during that race, and we saw a cloud of water, which was a car. I went out on one side of the car, and Danny went the other side, and we came back together after we got around the car, and ended up both bumping. We didn't affect us. We both kept going, but it was exciting for a minute at least.
So this is a factory, well, near factory car from '79. But '79 was an interesting year for us too. For Le Mans, we took a bunch of 935s over, and our drivers, everybody from a certain celebrity to the local dentist.
I read everything I could get my hands on, and I saw that I asked Barber on that Friday if there was a video or what. No video. The first time you're going to get in the car is when you get out of the pits at Le Mans. I said, okay, great. You know, never driven a turbo race car before. I own a turbo street car, but I don't own a turbo race car. I said, oh, a street car. Okay, so anyway, so then I go ahead and I read, and I notice that Bondurant had raced with Andretti at Le Mans and so forth. And so I figure, well, okay, here we go again. So I call Bondurant and I say, well, my name is Ed Abate. Oh, okay. I said, well, I said, I hear that, I read that you had raced at Le Mans and so forth. And I read also that, you had been with the Barber team, etc. And I said, could I pay you? Could I come up there and pay you to teach me anything you can possibly teach me so that I can be able to run Le Mans properly? And he said, oh, you have to pay me. He said, just come up and take me to dinner. He said, and I'll tell you everything that I can tell you. He said to me, well, you're in the middle of the night, there's going to be some Thule fog down the Mulsanne, and man, you're not going to be able to see the track. So Briggs Cunningham told me, he said that what you do is those trees lining the Mulsanne, so you just look up in the air and put the car in the middle of the road and just keep on going, and everything will work out fine. So I did drive one stint from 1:30 to 4:15 in the morning, and man, the lightning is going on down at the end of the Mulsanne, and the fog is laying over the track, and I've got my thumbs locked into the steering wheel, and I'm saying, dear Mother Mary, if I'm going to get killed, this is it, okay, but I can't get out of this race car. I love it here, okay?
Ed drove at Le Mans with us in '79 when the great Dick Barber team went there with 4 cars. See, we always figure things will get better and better, because the first year we went with 2 cars and we had one shitbox hotel with 1 bathroom. So the next year we go and we got 4 cars, so we upgraded 2 bathrooms. And we used to tell Dick, finally everybody will get a shower when we come here with 12 cars. So
it almost worked out that way. But speaking of the Mulsanne and everything, remember this car, the one Bob Garretson crashed?
The one you said wasn't dead yet?
Right. We pulled everything out of it we could, engine and transaxle pieces, bought a new chassis. This bodywork here and a lot of other parts from Porsche ended up with a low-mileage 79 spec 935, fresh for the '79 Le Mans. Did it right at the shop, a lot of it by the volunteer guys.
For all the years we raced, we had a ton of volunteers, and then we had some full-time mechanics that they worked with. And so the full-time mechanics would tell them what to do each night. And the thing was, there was only 3 or 4 full-time mechanics.
Guys would come at 6 o'clock at night from their jobs, and sometimes we would have dinner brought in. Sometimes we'd go out and have a hamburger or something like that. But we usually worked from 6 to 11, Tuesday and Thursday night. And they just came, dove in, got their jobs done, and that was it.
I think one of the best compliments we ever got paid, we were at a race at Riverside, and Peter Gregg, who was probably the most well-known Porsche driver ever, had a little problem, I guess you might say, with his pit crew. And he, in fact, I think that was the race where he punched his crew chief and knocked him back over the wall. And he came over to Bob and he asked Bob, how much are you paying these guys? Like he was going to hire our pit crew in. And he asked Bob, well, how much do you pay these guys? And Bob says, well, gee, that guy and that guy and that guy, those are the 3 full-time employees. And the other 3, all the other people, we're all volunteers. We don't get paid anything. And that, to Peter Gregg, that did not compute.
His mouth fell down to the ground. He turned around and walked away, shaking his head.
He could not believe that here was 15 guys that were out working their butts off, beating his crew, who was a bunch of paid professional guys. Here's a bunch of amateurs out there doing it, and we're doing it better than his people are.
Well, and the thing is, you didn't have to worry about stuff like that at the Glen when Paul Newman drove with us. And Paul would come out to the wall, and I'd be running the board and the watch, and Stalman is just getting quicker and quicker. Finally, he parks it after the first practice session, or first qualifying, and we're on the pole, and Paul is asking me to look at the times. And he said, well, where are my times and where are his? And I said, hey, you don't go quicker, you won't get in the car. Barber's faster than you are.
Whoa, wait a minute.
The team manager said to him at the time, he says, you know, there's that guy and myself. Where are the salaried employees? The rest of these guys, they come here for fun. They don't get paid for anything. They have one reward, winning. And they'll be the first guy to say to me, get that movie star the hell out of there, put a shoe in that car. And so he said, and that's when he took up the challenge, and he sat with Stomlin and talked. You see Rolf telling him, and you see him shifting and turning the boost. And then we put an old milk carton in there and strapped Paul in. We got IMSA to give permission for a 1-lap ride. And Rolf talked to him the whole way around there. And next time in the car, Paul was, I think, 3.5 seconds faster. Just that's how quick a study he is, but he was not going to be left out of the car because he was too slow.
He learned his lines quick, is what it is.
I always felt that the car was pretty good and the driver needed work.
It was a hard car to drive to its potential, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I don't know that I was good enough. I mean, I ran the car twice, really. Once at Le Mans and the other time at Watkins. We finished second in both races. Stalman did most of the setups for the cars. It was a quick car. It was very good to us, and it had every possibility of winning that race. I think we should have won Le Mans.
The year that when Paul Newman went with his, no doubt most of you have heard about that, where we were the bad guys and the good guys, and really we were trying to race, and Paul was such a big celebrity over there that you couldn't get near the race car. If Dick would come in and they would look at our blackboard, and that was where we would list what happens, driver change, brake pads, tires, whatever. And they would see Les Paul Newman, and so they would all show up in the pit lane. The car comes in, and you can't work.
The team was great, and the car was great, and the racing was wonderful, and exhilarating. But I couldn't handle the crowds. I couldn't handle the photographers, and it just ruined everything for me. I couldn't get from the camper to the car.
You couldn't even get in the car from the.
And at night, it's pretty hard if you got about 4,000 flash bulbs going off in your eyes to go out and start driving. I mean, I thought they were certainly less than courteous.
Yes. If we hadn't had Mustache there with his big rope, we would have never gotten in the car.
And it's dangerous as well.
And then we had this big bad problem with we seized up a lug nut on the left front and had to tear the whole front corner off. So we're frantically doing this in the pits. It took us about 18 minutes, which was considered like record time, and we had standing ovation from the 3 million people who were there when we pulled out of the pits again. Now, before that, we had been cited by the Automobile Club de l'Ouest for being bad guys, because as we get ready to go over the wall, and you've got a 19-inch tire here under your wheel and a gun, and then you jump over there and kind of whip that airline, and that got rid of a lot of people so that you could kind of get in there. And Greg would pick him up under his arm and throw him in the Interscope pit down about 2 down from us. And those guys thought this was wonderful. Hey, these guys are giving Greg a hard time. Let's kick his ass, So these photographers didn't like it. The Automobile Club de l'Ouest kind of wrote us up and 10,000 franc fine or for unsportsmanlike conduct or something. And then when we pulled off this deal and replaced the front corner of the car and got back in the race, and we finished second. We went from the bottom of the pile to being the good guys, and we had brought Paul Newman to France. Everybody thought that was cool, and Joanne was there, and daughter was there riding horses and all this kind of stuff. So we all had a wonderful time.
Wonderful, but not a win. Except for IMSA class, we won that again. But at least it was a 935, this one, that did win overall. Klaus Ludwig drove, plus two Americans, two of the Whittington brothers. They had their own, the Whittingtons this is, had their own 935, but this one was faster, so they bought it just before the race. And it was a tough race for them, too.
Is that a model?
Uh-huh, Quartzo's done a bunch of 935s. Anyway, the reason we thought we could win was there's a toothed belt that drives the fuel injection pump, and theirs broke out on the course. Don Whittington was driving, and he managed to get the alternator belt to run the injection pump, used duct tape and who knows what else. Took an hour and a half to get back to the pits, but because of our problems, of course, the Whittingtons were supposed to have been involved in drug trafficking back then, but it's still the greatest single achievement of a 935 to me, winning Le Mans overall in '79. And you remember the car that was made into a 935 in '78?
Yeah, it was white.
That car is the forefather to this car. The team, the Kramers, they call it a K3. Now this one's the original K3, the best of the three 935s the Kramers had there in '79.
You know, even though you guys didn't win, this whole thing's pretty amazing. Winning Sebring, second at Le Mans with Paul Newman, for Pete's sake.
Can you tell which driver makes his living racing?
Yeah, where's his Budweiser? Now, your lodging wasn't too great, right? What was that expression Brian Carlton used?
Hey, some of the places weren't bad. Like Malicorn here in '79. We liked it enough to stay again the next year. Yeah, not bad for a little Porsche repair shop.
How did that happen?
Just kind of grew. Catalog sales helped. We helped friends with their race cars, like testing Dwight Mitchell's 914 for rigidity in 1972. This is at the Hewlett-Packard plant where I just happened to work at the time. Built this autocross car. Did a bunch of autocrossing over the years. Did a 914 engine for a midget, too. And the Newman Draeger team did engines for their off-road cars. And that led to Pikes Peak in '75 and '76. In '76, some young desert driver type named Rick Mears drove the car. That's him there doing some secret tire tweak. And the tweak paid off because 1976 was the year Rick won Pikes Peak.
I remember when we were running off-road, you had never had any road racing experience, and we convinced you and Doc Sauer, I think, to get into a Super B, and that's what got you interested in open-wheel cars and the road.
Yeah, really, you know, when we got into the Super V and into the pavement running, I enjoyed it a lot, and it was a lot easier on the body than the off-road in the desert.
Yeah.
But, you know,
but your brother's still doing it.
Oh yeah, he's still doing it and having a ball with it and doing it well. But I enjoyed doing a lot of different things, you know, and getting an opportunity to run on different types of cars, different types of tracks. Anytime an opportunity come by, I would take it because it helps the learning curve.
Sure.
Besides enjoyment, it helps the learning curve.
Maybe it's going to help someplace else as well.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, every time you get into a car, you learn something you didn't know about.
Yeah.
And that's the name of the game, you know. And there's no substitute for seat time, no matter what it is you're driving.
That's the truth. Okay, so then after Pikes Peak and off-road came working on Walt Moss's 914-6. Walt was another local guy. Now that's him talking with that Paul guy. The 914-6 ran in IMSA's GTU class. Now, U as in under 2.5 liters. Walt won 8 races in '77. Ended up being GTU champion that year. Plus our man Jerry Woods. '77 was the year Jerry got IMSA Mechanic of the Year. And the year Dick Barber's 934.5 came into our lives toward the end of the season. So the gang at Garrettson's, we were already semi-established. It did get pretty incredible after that, though.
When I was going to college, in Road and Track and Sports Cars Illustrated, which was the predecessor of Car and Driver, I read about this race that's 24 hours in France. And I said, oh, geez, I'm going to have to save my money, you know, and go to France and spectate at this race. Had no idea that from 1977 to 1981, I'd get there 4 times. Some dummy would pay my way over there, pay for my stay over there, and I'd be right down in the pits working on one of these race cars.
As far as the rest of '79, it didn't start very well. At Daytona, both cars DNF. That was the only time that happened, by the way. This car, the boost gauge was reading low. You want to avoid that. And the other one, we had an intercooler water leak. Oh, Jerry built an engine for Bruce Canepa. He and his teammates came in 3rd there. But then besides the IMSA class win at Le Mans, we won Sebring again. In fact, if it wasn't for certain guys named Redman and Mendez coming in second, we'd have swept the top 3 positions. We'd obviously taught them too much the year before. But I guess first, third, and fourth ain't too shabby after 12 hours.
You guys like that Sebring track, huh?
We do, but we needed to like a few other tracks. Like the year before, we just couldn't justify, from a financial standpoint, running more than 8 races. And once again, it was Mr. Peter Gregg winning the IMSA Championship in 1979, his last good year. In 1980, though, things were very different. But listen, we're about halfway through, so how about we take a break? Hey, eject that tape, would you?
Great, I could use a break.
Here's something why it was enjoyable to race on this team. This is something that Fitz did, and I was alongside of him before this race started. And Henry Pescaroli, they were talking because the race was going to be in the rain to start. And Fitz said to him, he says, you know, who's ever out here and gets ahead at the start of the race, let's don't try to race for it. It's the first corner on the first lap. Let's take it easy because it's raining. He sucked him in so well in that conversation, out dragging him down a straightaway, and this is a picture, and this is the start of the race. And this is why it was fun to race with drivers like him.
I tell you because I don't want to race you the first few laps, you know. There's no point. How was your car in the wets? Was it good?
It was good, yes, not too bad.
Okay, and you're starting?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you, it was alright? So you are used to the car in the wet? Yeah,
yeah, I did a lot of driving.
Yeah.
It's quite good because it's heavy in the wet. Hello, Martino. Hello.
You remember from Canepa's shop that Fitz is in the Sachs car with Dick Barber and Brian Redman? Budget's a bit better this year. Though instead of 4 cars, we're running 3 here. That is, if they all pass tech inspection. This car here, incidentally, was driven by Mike Sherwin, Dr. Siggy Bruin, and Bob Kirby. It crashed shortly after the start. Basically, it's a 78 model, though like most race cars, it's got some upgrades mixed in. Now, this car here, the old Maiden Mountain View Warhorse. 3 guesses what we call it.
Looking for the tow hook, the pull. Turn on the lights, turn the key on, pull the lights.
At this point, Dick Barber sold his interest in this particular car, and we have it for ourselves at Garrettson's through a guy named Hosbach. Of course, we've updated it a little more, this time mainly through Kramer Brothers, the guys who built the '79 Le Mans winner. Well, they just happened to be distributors for Porsche in Cologne, Germany. And since they were making body parts and mechanical stuff for their own 935s, they end up selling to other teams. Pretty soon you had to have the Kramer stuff to stay alive. So this car has the Kevlar K3 bodywork, the K3 standing for Kramer's third version of the 935. The bodywork's more aerodynamic, plus it's got a Kramer air-to-air intercooler squeezed in back, along with some other bits and pieces. Now the Sachs car, actually it's our second Sachs car because this one's an entirely new K3 that we bought directly from Kramer. Picked it up at their place.
What the hell is this?
Road test.
No way.
Yep, picking up the new K3. And the word means exit, by the way, so don't let your imagination go crazy.
And it's got a license plate?
One of Kramer's dealer plates. Really, this is our new 935 on an Autobahn in Cologne. Those crazy Kramers used to do it all the time.
Couldn't have been legal.
Not exactly legal. Fun, though.
Now, this could be fun, unless you're in an open car. So Bob Garrettson's in this car here. You wouldn't call it the Apple car, would you?
What gave it away? Yeah, so Bob's in with Bobby Rahal, and this guy's an Australian, Alan Moffat. Had some sponsorship money from an Australian insurance company.
The lock belt tight in the watch. That's okay. Tighten up.
He's done pretty well in a 934, but he's never been here before, or driven a 935 either, even on a dry track.
Hope that sponsor does life insurance.
You understand the lights? You want to run with any lights? All right. Okay.
About 6,000 for about the first 15 minutes or so. How is it? Fine, except it's slippery as hell. Yeah. You get on the power and the rear end wants to go out, you come into the turn, the thing wants to plow.
It's the same thing. It's just sort of a damp track. And it's
well, you can see the oil, you can see the rainbows across the track all over the place where the oil's sitting on it.
It is getting better, but then it bloody rains again. I'll just go around and work with you.
Whoa. Well, the new kid seems to have survived so far.
Did okay. And he's not above listening to advice either.
And I think on a track like this, it's so big and it's so fast that the more you know it and the more you get the car set up, the time just comes. I mean, you probably think to yourself now, there's a second or there's a second here, but you get out on that track and after an hour or after 2 hours, you'll probably be going 5 seconds quicker, 6 seconds quicker. I mean, it's so fast here, isn't it? Those corners are so quick.
I hadn't noticed, mate.
Yeah.
He came in talking to himself the first time we took a drive in the Derby. My goodness, this is a real race car.
If Ix's car goes without problems, then he'll be difficult to beat. But having said that, I think we're going to run a little faster than most of the 935s. I think if we just hang back with all the 935s, then it's going to be just a matter of luck, isn't it, who wins.
But we got a flying start this time. Is that going to, how much of a flyer is that compared to?
In fact, it really is a flyer, because the pace car, it's normally a 928 Porsche, and he'll probably do 150 miles an hour down the Mulsanne, and everybody will just be going like hell to catch him up. So by the time he gets round to the pits, the field's well strung out. And by the time you come through the chicane before the pit, it's just flat out from there.
Well, when I was at Daytona, I had 6 guys pass me down the back straight, and I thought they wouldn't, you know, obviously they'd call it a false start. Well, that was baloney. That was on, nowhere to go.
They watched the first 3 or 4 cars, and that's it. You know?
So it's very unlikely that it would be a second time around on the pace car?
Never.
Never.
Never. So if you can steal a couple of places, you go ahead and steal a couple of places. I won't tell.
No. As long as it's not fast fits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
By the way, how'd you do in qualifying? Where'd Fitz end up?
He ended up first, and he ended up second.
What's that mean?
Let's just say it's a home court advantage kind of thing. French kind of thing. At the end of qualifying, the Sachs car is quickest, on the pole with a 3:48.4.
At Le Mans in 1980.
80, yeah.
I think it was a new car, wasn't it?
Yeah, brand new car. Yeah.
Brand new car. And
which we tested on the roads around Cologne. Yeah.
We had a great run. I think actually we were really on pole position. Fitzpatrick did the fastest single lap done during qualifying.
That's right.
But then the French came up with a trick so that a French car could be on pole position. They said, pole is not for the fastest car, it's for the combination of the 3 drivers' times.
Yeah.
We are a little sorry that the French team dropped one of their drivers, take us off the pole, but you know, the pole doesn't mean much in this race because it's quite a long race, you know. Won't start really racing for about 12 hours. The main thing is to get through the first half, and then you start worrying about it after that.
A little pre-race instruction coming up here about what to do if your car quits out on the course.
If you take any parts off the car, they have to go back in the car also. There's a belt guard for where the injection belt goes. If you take that off, there's 2 wing nuts, bolts. Take that, put it in the car, kind of do 1 step at a time, okay? And then once the car gets back to the pits, we'll put the car back together the way it's supposed to be properly, okay? But the main thing is always to get the car back to the pits.
That blonde that gave Garretson the good luck kiss, that's Anny-Charlotte Verney. Well, just remember her.
A race like this is so long that so many other things come into play besides just a driver's ability that, you know, it's a whole, when somebody wins here, it's not strictly a driver victory, it's a victory for the car and for the mechanics and everything, because I'll tell you, to keep a car going 24 hours at high speed is really almost impossible. Yeah.
So the Sachs car's in second. Where do your other cars qualify?
The Apple car's in the 7th row. The one that crashes is a bit back from that.
We're here to do one thing, and that's win, nothing else. And we'll either be in the victory circle or there'll be engines spread all over the earth, I'm afraid.
It was obvious to me that the guy who was going to lead the race was going to have the easiest time of it because he could see where he was going. So I remember coming out of that last corner on the flying lap, and I remember, even though it was wet, turning the boost well up just for the first 200 or 300 yards so I could get the jump on Pescarolo, who had a little Cosworth engine, 3-litre Cosworth engine prototype. I just wound the boost up and dialed in about 700 horsepower and just sort of monstered past him at the start. But once I was in front, there was no way he was going to get by because he couldn't see where he was going.
pushing it very hard. It's still very slippery anyway. Don't worry about the pressure, it's the angle of the straight.
Laps. I was leading and there was no spray from the other cars, so I could see where I was going. But then, as soon as I started to overtake slow cars, you get the spray. And you can't really see how far they are in front of you, and on the straight you come close to running in the back of them. And then the rain came down really heavy. And in some places you just couldn't steer. You'd have to do 5-10 miles an hour. You just could not steer the car. There was so much water. And the problem was, every lap it was different. One lap it'd be one corner, and then the rain would move on to the next corner. It's such a big circuit that it's inconsistent. But it seems to be drying now.
As I thought it would be, and it's all just in slow motion. When you get going, and forget about the speeds, forget about what could happen through the kink on Malzahn, and you just come up on the traffic and weave by them. Sometimes you don't get by them. There was a couple of Ferraris there I couldn't get by, and raining like hell here all week, and now the worst problem is the sun in your eyes.
C'est la Porsche numéro 70 de Gianpiero qui est actuellement en tête de la course. La deuxième place pour l'ITT Le Point numéro 16 de Josso Rondo.
What's the second gear change down? I think the synchro might be hurt a bit.
Okay.
It might be my style, but I got a couple of grinds in second. Okay. I went out of, what's the end of the straight? Malzahn, you know, the fast right-hander. Just as I arrived there, there's a guy on the inside, dropped. No lights, no flashing lights. And it just reminded me very quickly how you can lose a race here.
Yeah. You can lose a lot more than the race.
Yeah, exactly.
Hard to forget almost dying, eh?
And I'll tell you what did die. Long about here in 1980, the 935 died as far as taking all the marbles in the Makes Championship. Lancia did.
Lancia?
Yeah. The 935 was still dominated IMSA, but in Makes, see, there were two parts of Group 5, an under 2-liter class and an over 2-liter class. They had equal weight toward the overall championship. Well, the Lancias ran virtually unopposed in under 2-liter. Basically, all they had to do was show up, whereas the 935 didn't win every single race. So Lancia outscored Porsche, only by a small margin, but they ended up on top.
That'd be tough to swallow.
Yep. And the same thing happened in the German championship for Group 5 cars, because the scoring system was similar.
And here at Le Mans, your two remaining cars are doing well, aren't they?
Doing our share of leading, at least for now.
Le Mans really was interesting. I mean, the cars were really quick, and doing a few hours in the rain was fairly exciting at 200 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight through the kink. But I had a lot of good races. I was lucky. I always had good cars. Dick Barber had invited me to come and live in the States and drive for him, and it was a big effort. He bought a new car from Kramer. We had the best engines, the best parts one could find from Garretson, and quite simply, I had the best season I ever had in motor racing. We won more races than anyone else had ever won before in IMSA, and that record stood for a long, long time.
So we're doing okay. And as for the rest of the 1980 season,
the best of times.
Yeah, like winning the IMSA Championship for starters. We finally ran a car for almost a whole season, the Sachs car. Did 15 races in all. Out of 15, we got 9 wins in IMSA, plus a 10th win over in Germany. And Fitz drove in every one of those wins by himself in shorter races. He even led a couple of 1-2 finishes for us. Here we go. Riverside, 5-hour race, and Fitz and Dick, they're number 6. At lap 48, they're first in the Sachs car, and the Apple car is second.
Who's driving the Apple car?
Bobby Rahal and Bob Garretson. Plus, Fitz set a new lap record, too, if I remember correctly. There we go, the old 1-2. The happy winners. The other 1-2. Thank God it was a sprint race, because it was hotter than hell.
Is that a little airtime we've got there?
Takes more than heat to slow John down. He drove solo, and Rahal did the same thing in the Apple car. After Sears was Portland, another sprint race, usually about an hour. Later in the year, as you can see, Fitz has won like 6 races at this point, almost all of them on tracks he'd never even seen before. I mean, the guy was just magic, that John Fitzpatrick.
This is testing at Portland. This was the first time I'd been to Portland. I didn't know the circuit, so we had to run a few fairly easy laps. I'm coming back in here. It was obviously a lap just to test the systems out. You can see that I sit quite near to the wheel. I like to have my arms bent. They're quite heavy on the steering, these cars, and with straight arms you can't get much leverage, and your arms get real tired as well. The light keeps coming on the fan, perhaps it's loose.
Okay, let me double check
that. There's a lot of this, just sitting about, waiting for the guys, fiddling with the car. You have to be a bit patient.
Turn it on, John, and let it idle. Never mind.
I'm just getting a bit excited there about the battery. I think the thing had gone flat in the truck and we just hadn't run enough laps to charge it back up, so I was getting a bit excited about it.
Okay, we're at the pushing, John.
Jerry, when are you going to put a decent battery in the car, for Christ's sake?
When we get one.
If I stall out on the track, I'm finished.
Yeah.
It's all right now. Okay, now we're pulling out again, down the pit road, past start and finish line, and back onto the circuit. Giving it a few more revs now by the sound of things. Probably running a fairly low boost at this stage. Yeah, it's bringing a lot of memories back of the circuit now. I remember this was a really, really bumpy circuit. I know they've resurfaced it since, but it was very bumpy. And it was took a long time to get the car sorted. Yeah, the tyres are obviously cold. Sliding about a bit. Yeah, it's sliding about a lot. Yeah, this is the back straight. It's very, very bumpy here. Once the car was warmed up, you've got to go for it a bit, see how the car's handling, and then of course you've got to run quite a lot of boost. You've really got to run race boost because once you turn the boost up, the car just handles differently. I mean, those 935s were fairly brutal. There was no fuel consumption restrictions or restrictions on turbo boost. You just used everything you had. And in a good one, it was probably 800 horsepower. Yeah, this is the twisty section at the end of the straight. Left, right, just sort of pointing it and squirting it, really. But you really had to feed the power in fairly carefully in those tight corners, because there was a lag on the boost, and once the boost built up, it really kicked you in the backside. Didn't take much to destroy a set of tyres if you weren't careful. Yeah, I'm winding it up a bit down the straight now. And it was really bumpy at the end here on braking. I mean, the car's moving everywhere now. The front wheels were pattering along, and it was easy to lock up the wheels under braking there. Must have been quite hot. We've got a big pipe bringing fresh air into the car there. There was a lot of kickback on the steering on these Porsches. So although it looks as if my hands are moving around, it's not really on purpose. You're just letting the steering sort of kick in your hands and sort of going with it. Yeah, that was a bit of opposite lock coming onto the straight. But really, the less time you spent on opposite lock, the better. Yeah, you see the car really jumps about there at the end of the straight. It's a slow car overtaking it. Now I wonder if that's the camera or the car that's turned over. Hopefully, no, I think it's the camera.
While they fix the camera, about boost.
I was just going to say, the boost knob on this car is on the floor. The knob on the dash is brake balance. If it was the boost knob, we'd see Fitz messing with it a lot. Basically, turning up the boost lets the turbocharger ram more air in. Of course, too much boost tends to melt pistons and cylinder walls, and sometimes the turbos start to come apart internally. The Kramers used to put a label on the boost knob, the blow-up knob. And then the boost gauge. Its purpose is in showing the amount of boost you're running at, meaning the pressure setting at which the wastegate would open, which in turn would stop the boost pressure from building any higher. We'd run between 1.2 bar on the low side, like for helping the engine live during long-distance racing, up to 1.4, 1.5 usually. But in the shorter races for passing or starts, we'd go to maybe 1.7 bar. So you have about 650 horsepower normally. Or you can just dial in another 100 plus horsepower for short bursts. Each tenth of a bar adds about 50 more horses.
Gotta love that.
Now, Fitz called the car brutal. Other people thought that it
did one thing real well. It went like hell on a straight line. But it didn't have very good throttle response. It was pretty cumbersome because it was the first kind of production car that I had driven. It had two very good things. It went like hell on a straight line, unbelievable horsepower, especially when you ran a lot of boost. And had pretty good brakes. It did stop, and the brakes were always good throughout. The good consistency.
The car seemed very well balanced and
plenty of power.
Enough.
I really enjoyed the 935. It was a great race car, and I remember it was a challenging car for me to drive when I got into them because of the difference between the two. The Indy car and the 935. Back then, the Indy cars, they didn't like to brake and turn at the same time. You had to brake very straight, get off the brake, and then kind of pick the power up as you started turning.
So you had full power when you got out of the turn.
Yeah. And I had to kind of reverse that thought process a little bit because the 935s, you could hustle the car into the corner a little deeper, turn it, and still be on the brakes some, and then hustle the car out. The next thing, when I first started running them, I tried to drive it real smooth and precise the way I drove the Indy car.
It was a big, heavy car.
Yeah, and and we ran decent, but we were still off on time. So I had to almost get mad and start hustling the car, kind of throwing the car around a little bit, and then the time started coming down. But they were really a forgiving car to drive because you could hustle them like that.
They suited my style in the fact that they basically were an understeering car, and you had to do a lot to make them oversteer. And then I personal style is an oversteer style, power sliding the car off the corner, and it really suited that. It had really big rear tires, and I found them a real thrill to drive.
Other than sprint cars, which is what I raced before these cars, these were probably the most exciting car I ever raced on pavement. And because the back end always wanted to be at the front end, and it's just the way they were. I mean, they were short wheelbase. They had a lot of horsepower. I think the '79 car. I think these were about 800 horsepower cars, and they had a big tire patch in the back. They ran a 19-inch diameter wheel, and with a big tire patch, so they would hook up and go hard, go forward in a hurry, and try to drive the rear end right around. And of course, we ran every race with the spool in the car, and you drove it like a go-kart. I mean, you'd go fast down into the corner, you'd get on the brakes pretty hard, you'd steer the car with the brake and the throttle and drive off. And they weren't, I wouldn't say it was a great handling car. It was a horsepower car with a lot of tire and a lot of brake. You've got to be on top of it. You've got to sharpen your reflexes because it'll bite you if you're not careful. And I think it's fun. This car really puts you on the edge.
I was never qualifying very well, and I couldn't understand it. I'd been told not to touch the boost. And
everybody's running 1.4, 1.5, 1.6.
Yeah. So eventually I said to Stommel at Elkhart Lake, I'm back in 6th or 7th place in qualifying. I said, Rolf, can you tell me something? Yeah, Brad, yeah. I said, Rolf, do you ever touch the boost in qualifying? He said, he looks at it, Brian, do I ever touch the boost? I turn it as far as it will go.
And then I never touch it again. Yeah. Well, that was the other thing, is you always had that little extra power if you could use it in a short period of time and stuff like that, which, I mean, Fitz was a master at that. He was a master at that.
Absolutely. He was a master of using the boost to great advantage.
And knowing how to get the turbo spun up, getting off the corner. We come and brake on hard, full on the gas and everything else, and unbelievable, guys.
And certainly for a long race, you never touch the boost. It was set at 1.1 or 1.2 or something like that. And in qualifying for Le Mans that year, Dick had been a little bit off the pace, really. And eventually, towards the end of practice, he did a very good lap, only 2 or 3 seconds slower. And he came in and he got out and he's sweating, you know, and he heaves himself out of the car. He says, "How'd I do, Brian?" I said, "Dick, you did great. You're on the pace." He said, "Yeah." He said, "I knew I could do it." And I went, you know, turned up the boost. And, "Brian," he said, "I swear before God, I have not touched the boost."
He took me for a ride at Sears one time. I rode 5 laps with Bob in that was in, what was our Apple car?
The Apple car.
The Apple Turbo, and that was the ride of a lifetime. And riding without a seat, when sitting wrapped around the roll cage, is probably what the astronauts feel like on those sleds. As he'd come down out of there and run back onto the drag strip, you know, that nice big sweeper, and anticipate the boost and goose it, and and you see 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and he still hasn't got on the brakes. And then you see him stab it again, and it's that early on the gas, you know, so spool up the turbo, and then it lights off again. It was a terrific ride. Great car.
Well, the neat thing was they were so much fun to drive. They were nothing smooth or sophisticated. Everything was brute force. At least that was my feeling. It stopped hard and accelerated quickly. Did it with such gusto.
Really bumpy here. You can see me jumping up and down in the seat. I've obviously locked the brakes. Whoops. Oh dear. Oh well. Yeah, I've obviously locked the brakes up there and into that first corner. I can't say I remember that, but I'm glad to say it didn't happen too often, so I should remember it, but I didn't actually remember that particular incident. But you want to have all those in testing, not on a Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, I'm obviously just cruising back in here, probably thinking of somebody to blame at this stage. Be interesting to see what excuse I came up with at the time.
That should be a good shot. I braked too late at the end of the straight and spun down the escapeway. You'll like that.
I think I will.
I've actually admitted braking too late, so I'm not quite sure what happened there.
So Fitz is human after all.
Well, he did end up winning the race that weekend. Superhuman, maybe?
Now what's going on here? Oh, Elkhart Lake.
Practice for the 500-miler there.
Looks like it's raining. Or it has been raining. Although Jerry Woods is there in his t-shirt, so can't be raining too hard.
We're in with Fitz in the Sachs car again. We had it for Fitz and Barber in the Apple car for Rahal and Garretson.
1980, we go to Elkhart Lake, and it's the end of the season. We went to Mossport with 3 cars, crashed 1, crashed 2. We ended up putting a car together for Bob Garretson to drive and Bobby Rahal at Elkhart Lake. And we go out for the first practice session, and somehow Bob put me down as crew chief, so I had to tell Bobby Rahal things and Bob things. And anyway, Bobby Rahal gets in the car, goes out, and drives the car, and he comes in and he's just hot. He said, "This car is terrible." He said, "The tires are junk, the springs are wrong, the gears are wrong, the shocks are wrong. I want everything changed in it." Well, at that time the team didn't have any money. All we had were tires left over from Le Mans, which were, you know, several months old. We didn't have any other springs. We did have shocks, thanks to Sachs. So we put the car up in the air and made this work list out, Brian. And I made this work list out, change gears, change tires, change shocks. So Bob Garretson comes over and I said, "Bob, what do you want me to do here? We got no gears, we got no springs, we got no tires, we got nothing." He said, "Just go along, just scratch things out a little bit at a time." And he said, "Take the tires out, put them behind the tent, and just change the numbers on them." So I said, "Okay." So we go out and we just make this big list, and Rahal comes by and he looks, and every once in a while we walk by the car and we just scratch something out and go have another bratwurst or another milkshake or something. And so it's time to run the car. So we get the tires back out, and Ron renumbers the tires and stuff. We put the same tires back in the car, same gears, same springs. Everything's exactly the same. Rahal gets in the car, goes out, sets fast time, which was later by John, and sets fast time. Rahal comes in, and he's just, "Oh, this car's great. It's the best car I've ever driven. It's fantastic. These tires are great. Everything is wonderful." Garretson walks up, and he's standing there. I look at Bob, and And I'm not going to say anything. Bob says, I can't resist. So he sticks his head in the door and says, Rahal, this is all exactly the same stuff. Well, it's much better now.
That recalls the deal with the battery in Portland. It might not show, but despite all our success in 1980, we're still on the edge money-wise.
The battery situation, I think, needs a little explanation, where John was asking me about the new battery. That was the least of our problems at that point in time. The tires that he used to get specially brought over from England were always a treat. And I don't know if a lot of people knew about that, and Portland was another kind of a special race where we were out spinning out about 3 times a day, 4 times a day on Thursday, and John finally said, just put this thing away. I can't stand it anymore. And his patience had gotten a bit thin. But it was going to be okay, because the next day we were going to have tires. Well, it didn't happen. But somehow we managed to get some special tires on the car, and we went from a 109. We had been practicing at a 109.5, something like that, and other teams were doing 108s. And somehow we managed to pull out, I think it was a 103.5 or something like that for qualifying. It was, everybody was going around with their jaws around their neck. That was good fun.
You mentioned about the tyres I was bringing from England. Now, Goodyear didn't want to give anybody any tyres but these hard race tyres. And when I wasn't racing in IMSA, I was doing a few German Championship races, and we used to have these qualifying tyres that if you were careful, you got one good lap out of, and then you junked them. And I used to come over on the plane occasionally, when I'd been to Europe, with 4 tires, hand baggage. And we figured out that if you were going to get pole, which we wanted to get, because I think there were points for pole then. Yeah, that's right. And money, that's right. If you wanted to get pole, you could go out there and turn the boost up and do 5 or 6 laps and go quicker and quicker. You might get pole by half a second. It was much easier and cheaper if you got a set of free qualifiers from Goodyear, got them hand baggage, and you knew the guy at Pan Am in London, so you didn't pay excess baggage, and you brought them along, and you bolted them on, and they were worth 4 seconds a lap, and you did 1 lap.
Rain was another story. They definitely did not like the turn. I remember crashing at Road Atlanta one time into turn 1. Just went through a couple of little rivers on the entry to the turn, and it was history, and then we were into the tire barrier.
This was downhill at the end of the second straightaway. You always had to be careful here in the wet. It used to lock the brakes real easy. We used to have to wind the brake balance right the way back to the rear.
With a lot of horsepower the way these were in the short wheelbase, rain was a handful. I mean, these are a handful on dry pavement, so.
Even in the dry, it used to understeer. I mean, basically it was an understeering car into the corners, and then when you got on the power, I mean, it was really an oversteering car. You had to use a lot, you could really wind on a lot of opposite lock. But what you used to have to do really was as you braked, you used to have to try and just turn it in a little bit quicker and get on the power quickly so that you didn't have that understeer. You got the front end turned in quickly and then get on the power quickly and sort of try and hold it on the throttle through the corner. And if you overdid it, you put on a bit more opposite lock. But basically, I mean, if you're on opposite lock, you're wasting time, really. You just want that fine balance between sort of the understeer and the oversteer there. But it was vicious, the 935. I mean, for guys who hadn't driven it, they used to brake and turn in and the car just pushed. And then, of course, eventually they get it slowed down enough where they get the power on, then they put the power on, and then they'd be on full opposite lock, winding on lots of opposite lock. And then the car would go the other way, and they'd wind it on the other way, and then have a big tank slapper down the straight. But it didn't take them long to get the idea that wasn't the way to drive it. So if they didn't get the idea, they finished up in the weeds. I mean, it's great to go out there and slide it around and destroy the rear tires, but it's all sort of a compromise, really. But they were wonderful cars to drive. They didn't have ground effects. They had big wings, but when the 956s came and we had lots of ground effect, then it was just different. It wasn't as much fun.
You do tend to think newer is better. Not always more enjoyable, eh?
Happens.
How'd the race come out here?
Fitz had a turbo problem, but still ended up second. The Apple car came in third. The team of John Paul Sr. and John Paul Jr. won it.
Okay, back in France. Oh, what's this, the Apple car?
It's out.
anticipation, the pressure, the hassle to get it all together and bring the entire crew here. It's like losing your baby, you know. When I saw the car come in and I heard the engine, I immediately knew it, and my heart went to my stomach.
Dick really did feel that way, that his race cars were like his children.
The team, the last time they saw something like this happen was the low-octane fuel. It gets to the pistons or the head gaskets and knocks them out. The car was going fine. It's one of those things you just can't be sure of. I know how hard the team had worked. I was disappointed for them. And at the same time, I was somewhat relieved not to have to get back into it.
About 3 in the morning when the Apple car died, it died with a horrible death rattle, and I had to describe this to them. It was like we'd lost a friend. And to the rest of the race team, it was an emotional involvement with that particular car. Once it had the death rattle, it was a piece of junk. Get it out of here. It's in the way. If they could have made it evaporate, they'd have done it, because it was no longer part of the evening. It was a dead warrior. And yet, I know there's a lot of people that had put a whole almost a lifetime of commitment into that car. It was a real tragedy when that thing died. And yet, for the rest of the team, get it out of here.
So this is the last hope.
And it's not completely healthy either. It's got a misfire we can't trace.
Great. What position are you in then?
We're down to third. The French Rondeau's leading. The X Yost Factory 90880 is second. Lively looking bunch.
How wet is it all the way around?
No, that's the trouble.
Mind you, you're pulling out 20 seconds on the lap on the man, so you did the right thing.
It's the right thing, yeah. It's not wet, it's sprinkling. You know, like it was here. Yeah. Well, it was like that down the Mulsanne. Now the Mulsanne's dry.
Yeah.
Jerry's going to try a new distributor. Of course, we're far enough behind now that it would take an act of God to win this thing.
The car ran beautifully for several hours, and then we developed this little misfire, and an exhaust valve was damaged, and we actually went slower and slower. We went from first to second to third to fourth.
Two of them to me. Looks like 2 cylinders.
It will run like this.
Yeah. I can pull the plug wires.
We've also got a fairly nasty oil leak. Man, the Rondeau is running like a train while the factory 908's having gearbox problems. It's down by 4 laps. And us, we're starting to worry about not winning the IMSA class.
So now all you do is hope that John Paul breaks down. But I bet they're running 1-1 boost or something like that now and just going for it. Look at it. We got to do that. We got to gamble that he keeps motoring on, because if we stop, we're dead. Right. So we've got to gamble.
Das kommt in the Rücklauf rein.
What are the trade-offs here?
Basically, keep limping onward and hope it'll finish, or take a bunch of time to make it better and be a little more sure it'll finish.
You're going with the latter?
Right. Jerry Woods is cutting off the fuel to the bad cylinder, rerouting it back to the tank. It takes 15 minutes to get everything done. The sound of a 5-cylinder 935.
How much time left in the race?
Right here, a little over 2 hours. By the way, the 908's been creeping up on the Rondeau. It's 2 laps behind at this point instead of 4.
Oh boy, a little more rain.
Actually, rain's called the great equalizer. Lots of horsepower is a waste when it's wet. So our power disadvantage isn't so bad if it's raining.
Right. So the Rondeau's still in front?
Yep, Eeks tries to make up ground in the 908 by staying out on slicks when the Rondeau pits for rain tires, but it's just raining too hard. And the win ends up going to Jean Rondeau, the man who both built and drove this car. Fantastic accomplishment, really. The 908 finishes second.
And you guys finish...
5th overall, first in IMSA, our 3rd in a row of those at least.
At least finished!
It was disappointing because for me it was probably the best chance I ever had to win the race. Led it for a long time, and you don't get many chances to win Le Mans. In fact, most people never get a single chance to win Le Mans, so just to have half a chance is something.
So Fitz never did win Le Mans?
Well, not yet anyway. But that was one of the few low points in 1980. Here at Laguna, actually this is before Le Mans, we had this huge battle with Peter Gregg. His eyesight was still okay here. Gregg, was on the pole with Fitz alongside, but Fitz did a better start. This was a sprint race, and they went after it lap after lap. But halfway through, Fitz looped it. Couldn't believe it. So what happens? 5 laps later, Fitz repasses Gregg, and the two of them lapped the entire field.
And Fitz won?
Yes, he did. One thing that helped was a little pit stop magic from Mr. Jerry Woods.
In order to win the race at Laguna Seca, we had to be able to extend the distance on our fuel, and we took advantage of having a rubber fuel cell, and we allowed it to be a little bit like a balloon. And I put the fuel filling hose at the top of the semi-truck, which is another 20 feet up in the air, or 15 feet up in the air, versus 5 feet off the ground, and we were able to get another 2 gallons in the car. And we managed to get to the end, we won, and Peter Gregg said, "There's no way you could have done that I don't know about."
Okay, this is the Nürburgring, also before Le Mans. That car in back of Fitz won it. Fitz came in second, won the IMSA class anyway. Now we're at the Kramer shop. That's Martin, and Jerry's in there too. This was between Le Mans and the race at, here we go, the Norris Ring, after Le Mans. Fitz won this one overall. The spoils of victory. So Fitz was 1980 IMSA champ, and he also won the Porsche Cup, which means quite a bit of money. And I think I mentioned Sebring, 3rd win in a row down there.
Fitz drove for 9 out of the 12 hours at Sebring in 1980. That was commendable. I remember after the first 3-hour stint, just before our first pit stop where we were going to change drivers finally, I think John got a black flag for cutting the first corner, which everybody did, but they decided to pick on John. And the car came in for the pit stop, and instead of stopping and getting out and being tired and exhausted, he managed somehow to sprint to the course official to give him a piece of his mind about the black flag. And I don't know how he pulled that off, but it was...
People keep talking about this Sebring race, about how much I did and what a big deal it was, but to be honest, it wasn't a big deal because you got in those cars and they were just so fantastic to drive that you didn't want to get out anyway. And the thing was, it all seemed to be so easy because the car just went great, and I used to just sit in it, and it just used to keep going. And it was great to win. But,
You guys must have been feeling pretty darn good.
There's certainly no substitute for winning. But now, we've ended the 80 season here, and this is where we and Dick Barber part company.
Why'd that happen?
Dick quit racing. The strain on the financial side, it finally caught up with him after 4 years. And, about things catching up with you.
But wait, you guys won all the marbles this time.
Right, Peter's here because he was involved in an accident, a road accident over in France just before Le Mans, and it affected his eyesight, gave him double vision. For whatever tragic reason it was, he took his own life after the season was over in December of 80.
My God, that's right. I remember hearing about that. Terrible.
It was terrible, and for us, Dick leaving could also have been terrible because Fitzpatrick also left. He ended up in a different SAC-sponsored deal.
According to the title there, you must have come out okay.
Yeah, despite all the changes, 81 started off rather nicely. This is Warhorse, by the way, on its way to winning the first race of the year. Now, this is with a new outfit, Cook Woods Racing, Ralph Kent Cook and Roy Woods.
At the end of the season, Brian Redman asked me if I would prepare a different kind of car for him, which we didn't know anything about. So then that led to Cook Woods were the sponsors of the car, the owners of the car. So I talked to them and I said, yes, I'd be happy to do it as long as we can run our 935. And they had a 935 as well, and so that's what we did. And we ran the two 935s at Sebring, Daytona, and Riverside because we didn't want to introduce the Lola. It turned out to be the Lola T600 was the other car. We didn't want to introduce that in an endurance race.
Here at Daytona, Garretson, Redman, and Rahal drove. The win was kind of amazing because we only qualified 16th. Of course, that was because, yet again, we didn't exactly have $1 million budget. Had to do some strange things to hold down on the wear and tear.
When we went at Daytona, Greg developed the most fantastic fascination with chassis setup because we only had one engine, one transmission, and Roy Woods and Ralph Cook had brought their car down supposedly like as a spare, but we had to keep the drivers out of this thing. So Greg and Roger, they had pieces of fishing line and everything else all over this car. No, you can't drive it. We're not quite finished yet. Well, that car got through practice and qualifying with the minimum number of hours ever.
There were a lot of guys that were going to go out and run hard, and we thought, no, we're just going to sort of keep a pace that we can know the car will make. And I came in, and Brian was in, he goes, what place are we in? I said, we're leading, and he got all upset because, well, we're not supposed to lead right now.
In Daytona 24 hours, when Bob and I and Bobby Rahal drove together. You hear that? Bobby Rahal. Yeah. And won the Daytona 24 hours. We had a superb, trouble-free run. Went into the lead. We didn't qualify very high, 14th or 15th, and we were in the lead after about 2 or 3 hours, which I thought was too soon.
Yes, he told us, he brought that little story up that you were deathly afraid at midnight when we were in the lead that we weren't going to be able to stay in the lead. But
and I said, Ryan, we didn't do anything, everybody just fell out. And of course the car ran like a clock the whole time, and it was
I think we won by 14 laps or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
So off to another great season?
Well, yes and no. Parts of it were great, but of the two cars we had at the next race, Sebring, guess which one got rolled?
Not poor old Warhorse.
Wasn't too bad. A little tape.
A little tape?
Hey, it finished. Finished 17th, but it finished. And our other car finished second. Actually, we were happy just to get that one behind us. After that, well, Monterey is where Brian Redman debuted the Lola Chevy and won with it with Rahal fourth in our 935. The Lola, it helped push the 935's design over more toward the wild side to stay competitive. John Paul's Lola there. But then at Le Mans that year, we didn't exactly distinguish ourselves. We took two cars. One was Warhorse with yet another paint job for Garretson, Ralph Cook, and a French driver named Anny-Charlotte Verney. Remember the blonde that gave Garretson the kiss at the 80 Le Mans?
Yeah.
Yeah, they came in sixth, second in the IMSA class. And this is the other car.
Whoa, that is wild. Lola, right?
Our second Lola with a 935.
A 935 engine? What a combination.
We thought so too, but after we finished putting the engine in, we ran into...
There were supposed to be two cars arriving in February, and only one car arrived, and which we prepared for the IMSA series. The other car we were supposed to prepare for Le Mans, which we were convinced would be the best with a Porsche engine in it. So we didn't get this car until about the 1st of April. And basically what happened is we just didn't have any time to test. The car got completed, car got to Le Mans, but it was untested. And the first time it got on the road was qualifying the first night, and something happened. We put the axles on backwards. Didn't realize it was an inside and outside, not really being familiar with those cars. And so they kept binding it. Anyway, we got that resolved, and then the next night in practice, we just couldn't get any boost. Could not get any power. And so we fiddled around, tried all kinds of things, couldn't get it fixed, so finally the car got parked and didn't run. And what had happened is we had sort of relied on bolts to hold the intercooler in place, and they were flexing, and letting all the air out so we weren't getting any boost. So when we got back to the States, we took and welded the whole thing all together and ran like a top.
What a shame you didn't figure it out in France.
Yeah, too little, too late. In fact, it caused Cook Woods to pull out of the partnership, which meant Bob Garretson was the main guy paying for the rest of the season. And it also meant it was basically up to good old Warhorse from there on. Now, this is after Le Mans, the Watkins Glen 6-hour. A minimal repaint. That BP gas deal was for France only. Bob's got Rick Mears and Johnny Rutherford as co-drivers, and they came in third. And last paint job of '81, this is just before a party in the shop there. We try to do one of those every year. Along in here was Portland and the race up by Toronto, Mosport.
I decided not to take the car there, but to rent a ride. So Moretti had 2 cars, and so we rented the Moretti car. Well, when we got up there, I took, Gary Cummings wanted to go, and I don't know if Greg Elliff or somebody else, there were two mechanics went and myself. And we got up there, and I mean, the car was a disaster. So those guys got in and worked all night long on the car, got it done. We finished, I think, 3rd in the race, and Moretti's car didn't finish. But that good example of preparation, you know, that they just didn't have the idea or the thoroughness to make the car ready. I mean, you wouldn't, for a 3-hour race, you know, or a 4-hour race or whatever it was, no, 1,000 kilometer, I guess it was. I mean, you should be able to finish that. Everybody should finish that.
Okay, now we're at Brands Hatch in the UK. See, at this point, Bob's in contention for what was a pretty big deal back then. The driver's half of the FIA's World Endurance Championship, worth around $100,000, I think. But to have a chance of winning it, we needed a good finish. And they, Bob and Bobby Rahal, they got a second, so...
I really feel that the Garrettson cars and a lot of the Porsche 935s had such great graphics on them. They were wonderful to paint. People are very familiar with Flying Tiger, and
yeah,
I think
because they were quite good to us. They flew the car over there.
Oh, did they?
And flew it back for us. Yeah. That was their sponsorship for the thing. You know, no custom, so all we had to do was bring a trailer up, put it on, take it to the track, bring it back to the hangar, and they did all the rest of the stuff.
So that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Like I say, I'd followed a lot of your cars, and this one seemed to be unique in a lot of ways. And when I found out it was the championship car, that was even more special.
Well, this race was the race. That picture was us winning the world championship. Right
that's
there.
wonderful. I'm glad I chose that shot.
Yeah. We've always wanted Bob. His capabilities are well known to us. When Larry Braun did a new Porsche piece, we knew we wanted the Porsche people here. Then secondly, we thought what a great opportunity, and as much as this group is going to be here, to have one of the heroes of the Porsche story to be here in our room. So one opportunity presented another opportunity. You know, there aren't too many world champions. America's had too few of them. We've had Andretti, and we've had Phil Hill, and we've had Garretson. So you see, it's a little unsung story that we're happy to tell the story.
2 championships in 2 years.
You know, whatever success we had over the years was mainly from the approach we took, which was more of an engineering approach than a lot of teams had. To last for 24 or 12 hours or whatever.
We felt that in endurance racing, preparation was as important as driving the event. In other words, if you didn't come to the race prepared to run 24 hours, you know, with certainty, with all the built-in safety margins and stuff like that, there wasn't any sense to come to the race at all, because if you broke after 12 hours or 13 hours or something like that, well, you know, all that work for nothing, all that money spent for nothing, and you know, you don't look very good in the eyes of your sponsors or the rest of the people. So I would say we spent most likely too much money and time preparing our cars. I think we did a little overkill, but as we got onto it for the next few years, or you know, after the first year or so, we knew pretty much what we had to do. We put time lives on the engines and all the rest of this type of stuff, and we knew just what we had to do, and we went about doing it. But I still think we did it more thoroughly than most of the other teams did. Okay. Because we only had, in all the times we races, we only had about 3 or 4 times we didn't finish the race. I'm talking in the primary car. Some of the renter riders didn't finish because they smacked them up, or they did over revved them, or whatever happened. But the 2 main cars, Once at Le Mans we didn't finish, once at Sears Point, and once at Watkins Glen, and those are the only ones I can remember due to mechanical failure.
Another part of that is not giving up, doing everything you can to get the car back into the race.
So you guys ended a pretty up and down season on a very up note.
We did okay, but for the 935, all 935s, the writing was on the wall. By the end of '81, everybody realizes that the new cars, like the Lola, aren't going to let a garden variety 935 win many more races. In fact, it was because of the Cookwood's Lola that Brian Redman won the IMSA Championship that year.
You mean the 935 era is, what, over?
Not quite yet. We only raced Warhorse a few more times, but other teams kept on going. Built special chassis. They managed to get more wins over another couple of seasons. Teams like the John Pauls.
We learned a few things. One was your experience at Le Mans, the fact that they had aluminum roll cages, we felt were just not a very safe way to go. The next car that we built, we actually destroyed a car here when it rained on the back straight, and a Camaro T-boned us in the side and pushed the cage from the passenger door all the way over into the driver's seat. And luckily my dad had gotten out of the car, and we learned right then it needed a steel cage. And plus your experience, we built our own car with a Porsche tub with an all steel cage and tied it in, and it was a lot better car. And from there we learned that we really needed the whole car to be a tube frame. And so we progressed with a second car to the whole tube frame, and it was considerably better, very stiff. And I think really that was one of the main reasons I did so well with it, was that car was just phenomenal. It really was.
Basically, this was probably the best John Paul effort that they ever had, is preparing or building one of their own in-house Porsche 935s. Everybody knows that this wasn't a factory type car, because the technology in America was normally a little trickier than what they were giving us as we were getting the cars delivered from, you know, Germany as a stock tub car. The quality of this car is such that it has a tube frame car. It's a lot stiffer and probably a lot safer than a unibody car. So you could run wild with it as long as you left the roof, the door jamb, and the hinge area the same, and the front windshield wiper apron all had to be standard from a Porsche street version or production GT car. So that was utilized here, but everything else on the inside is totally redone. Now we're fortunate to have this car now because when this car was raced, it was direct competition with us. We were racing our 935s against this 935. And this 935, as you can see, once you open this door, which is exceptionally big, which is all part of the design rules, you had to leave the stock door and door frame, and John Paul added all this extra ductwork on the outside because the rules said you just needed a stock door. Didn't say anything about putting anything on it. So they took the rules to the max. What you find on the inside of this car is a lot of American ingenuity. Of course, John Paul Sr. was quite the engineer, even though he didn't have real formal training. He set up a couple different manufacturers to do this for him. But what you see in this car is the floorboard, which was key. And this is a wing. It's actually the first type of ground effects put into a 935. So you don't see the common floor with the humps and bumps of a steel unibody construction. You see all this stiffness and chassis, which makes for, you know, great safety, but it also means the car can be lowered to the ground. So you have the availability to put in this under tray, which was all designed by John Paul and his engineers. This car was exceptionally fast. It was a no-nonsense type car. The pedals, as you see, are very wide and very fat. The brakes these cars had were very good. So they said, why should we put a scrawny little pedal and let's put a real man's pedal in there. Same thing with the clutch and the gas. It's all function. It has nothing to do with anything but function. The dashboard's the same way. Everything is function. The seat, of course, is a standard 935 seat, which is the best seat today still made. Cooling is made for the driver, which is a function of if you can drive the car good and hard and you get hot, you can't drive at all. What this gives you with all this technology was a great performing car. This 935 won basically somewhere around 14 races. It had the record for a long time for winning races straight in a row, which was something like 7 or 8 or 9 or something like this. But this was the one car that won Daytona with Stomlin, Paul and Paul, and then it went on to win Sebring in the same year. It won, I don't know how many races during that year, but it ended up winning the IMSA Championship in 1982 for John Paul Jr. and the WSC Championship, which meant the worldwide races that were held in other parts of the country. The engine in this car and the mechanicals, the one thing that do make it a 935, they are the original production 935 parts. And what you have in the back of this, and you can always see looking at the twin turbos, is the standard 3.0 or 3-liter twin turbo 935 engine. So this old girl here, for whatever it was worth with all the American ingenuity, turned in to really be the best car of 1982. And this was why it was so good, was all this trick stuff, but it was very much so the car to beat in 1982.
It worked very well, and it was bulletproof. And when we won the 24-hour race here, we never even added oil to it, never opened the engine bay. It still holds the all-time lap record for the most miles completed in a 24-hour race at Daytona, that race. And then Sebring we won with the same car. It was just a great chassis. Right, yeah. You guys finished second. And after that, we knew we had to compete against these GTP cars, and the only way was to build a GTP car based with the 935 engine, which we did with Dave Clem, JLP4. It had all independent suspension. The only thing the engine wasn't swapped around the other way. We had to have the engine behind the rear wheels. Yeah. Other than that, it was based on Al Hobart's Can-Am car. Dave Clem and Lee Dykstra did all the drawings, and Dave Clem built the car. And it was fast. The first time we took it to Road Atlanta to test it, it was 4 seconds faster than our tube frame car, which was really like night and day.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
But it was built to be a sprint car, and it took it took a little while to get it to be reliable. It won its first race at Brainerd, but it wasn't really a long distance car. The thing had full ground effects tunnels under it. It had sliding skirts, which was, in Formula One in that time, and it was the type of car to have. And I remember initially it took a long time to get rid of the porpoising. The ground effects were so hard, it would suck itself down and release all the pressure on the spring. It would just keep going down the straightaway porpoising. That was our biggest problem with that car. But once we figured that out with it, it was a real rocket ship.
Was it easy to drive or harder to drive?
That particular car, we had the driver on the right side, and you had to shift with your left hand. It was very unique for a 935. That whole system took a little while to get used to. You had to have all new blisters and calluses on the other hand. And it didn't suit my style as far as power sliding the car off the corner as much. Ground effects, you had to keep the thing straight. If you slid it sideways, you lost some of the air under the thing, and it just got even worse. But I think the car really did, show the potential of a GTX car at that time. I drove a car that Franz Blom did recently, restored a restoration. He just wanted me to make sure it was all there and felt right. And it's the first one I've been in about 10 years, and it almost made me cry at Road Atlanta. It was just instantly, wow, yeah, I remember this.
I think that's how we all feel, but the truth is, although we got a third here in the 82 Daytona 24-hour, the status of the old Warhorse 935 is pretty much downgraded to a rent-a-racer at this point. Mainly because we had our focus on another new car, the March Chevy there, Bobby Rahal's driving.
And was the 935 there?
Nope, nobody to rent it. And we're having problems with the March.
It's been a disaster all week. It started last weekend at Riverside. We had a rash of engine failures, one after another. Little things, unpredictable, and I think we've got them straightened out now. I think we have a little difficulty because we're starting from back, ninth position. But as far as the car's potential, I think we're in good shape. We're running good now, and just have to see.
So how'd the March effort go?
Not too good. Though at Sebring, your old Sebring, we took the pole and wound up second. You've seen Laguna's original configuration, have you?
Yeah, a few times.
Yeah, somewhere in here we have a gearbox problem. That white 935 with J. David on it, that's John Fitzpatrick. He came in third. John Paul Jr. won it in the red and white Lola. There goes the gearbox.
We think it's the input shaft. That's the shaft that drives the transmission out of the engine. Once that happens, you have no gears whatsoever. Forward, backwards, nowhere.
So Laguna wasn't too good to us. Let's see, the 935 gets a fourth at Charlotte. Then we get it in the March ready to go to Le Mans. Bob Garretson and Anny-Charlotte Verney will drive the Porsche again, along with a guy from Texas named Ray Ratcliffe. He'd already driven with us that year. We don't know it at the time, but this will be our last Le Mans and our last race with our 935. The FIA went to a new class of racing that factored fuel economy in, Group C. That's when the 956 came in.
June the 20th, 1982. The number 1 and number 2 Porsches have qualified for the first 2 start positions, with record laps by Jackie X and Jochen Maas. Norbert Singer, the child is born. What goes through the head of a race engineer 1 minute before the start? Well, you're bound to wonder how things will work out. We know from experience that a great deal can happen, but your heart is with them. The start. The waiting is over. Flat Group C Flounders move out in front, split by 2 open Group 6 Lanciers. A red Ferrari BB, Ford Rondo, the open Group 6 Lancia. Peugeot Group C, Lancia Group 5, the Aston Martin Nimrod Group C. Out in front, the number 11 Ford Rondo of Migo, leading Porsche number 1 with Jackie X. Change of lead, X passes Migo. Porsche 935, number 77, that's World Endurance Champion Bob Garretson, seen as Jackie X blast by. Porsche 935 and Ferrari BB among the Group C cars. Powerful machines, but production-style bodywork suffers aerodynamically. The Group C Porsche proves its wind tunnel projections. Fast down the straight, thanks to a streamlined tail, high curved speeds through downforce. The vacuum between body and road surface, called ground effect, is precisely calculated. 2 bulky Chevrolet Camaros from America want to take the IMSA class victory back home.
The 82 Le Mans race, where we had a March Chevy and a 935, of course. And yeah, all the full-time guys like Greg and Gary, of course, they refused to work on the Porsche because that was old technology. Couldn't touch that. That was for the peons, you know. The part-timers who came during the week could get to work on that car. So somehow I got elected to be the crew chief. And Bob's driving. I think Anny-Charlotte was driving, and Ray Ratcliffe. So originally Jerry wanted to build a 2.6 engine for this race because that was the first. They put these fuel limits in, and I think Fitzpatrick got to the factory before we did, and he got all the 2.6 parts, and he had a 2.6 engine. We couldn't get any parts, so Jerry builds a 2.8 engine. And Jerry and I were talking before the race, and well, what are we going to do? This thing's going to suck up a lot of gas, you know, and we might not finish the race, because that was a real concern. And Jerry says, well, just run it lean. It'll make it, it'll make it. So we lean this thing out, you know, and the pipes are white. And so it's driving around and goes around and around. It runs about 5 hours, and then all of a sudden it comes in, it's got this rattle. And it's, of course, one cylinder is gone because it's too lean. Meanwhile, Bob has driven his stint, and he's back to the caravans, and he's sleeping, and he doesn't know any of this. And I think Ray or somebody was driving, and So he comes in, he says, "Oh, making some noise back there." You know, Ray was from Texas. He says, "Got no power, man, I got no power." So we look at the thing, and Jerry says, "Oh, one cylinder's gone. Well, should we just quit or what?" No, Jerry says, no, we'll just change the, we'll wire the thing and shut off that cylinder like we had done in 1980, which John ended doing the same thing in your car in that race. So, and then we carry on. So the thing's driving by, and of course, every time it goes by, it makes the, you know, the bad noise like it's running on a 5-cylinder Porsche. Right, those guys. So the good part of this story is about 2 hours later, Bob's been sleeping in the motorhome, and he comes out to the pits, and he doesn't have his glasses on. And, you know, Bob sometimes can't see too far at night without his glasses, so he comes out, and the car goes by, and it's shh. Bob turns to me and he says, "Who's that poor bastard that already lost a cylinder?" I put my hand on his shoulder, and I said, "Bob, that poor bastard is you."
Those 5-cylinder 935s.
Yep, and here's another of our drivers from that race.
Yes.
81 and 1982, I believe.
And once here.
That's right, once here at Daytona. I forgot about
And we finished 9th.
That's right, 9th there,
Yes.
6th at Le Mans, and 11th at Le Mans, I think, were our two finishing places.
Yes, the second time,
Yeah.
and 9th here.
Yes, 9th here, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I remember now.
So, anyway, what is your most memorable thing about the 935 or any of the races that we drove?
Well, the best one has been in 81 when we finished 6th in Le Mans, because we did not have any problems and the car was perfect, the engine perfect, and everything was perfect. I think because it was a new car and you prepare it very well. So I can't say anymore. Everything was so nice that it was very easy to drive, and we did not have any problem.
Had you driven 935s before you drove with us?
Yes, a Kramer one.
Kramer, yeah.
Yes, it was a really good car, and but we had a problem with one driver who spun the car, and but your car was just a little bit more easy to drive.
Ah.
Yeah.
And anything in particular you didn't like about the car, or you did like about the car?
No, I like it. It was a heavy car.
Yes, very heavy,
But
yes.
because, well, I am a strong woman, but for me it was a heavy car. But once you get the habit to drive it, it was a very easy and very nice car.
Yeah. And how many times did you finish the race?
In Le Mans or where?
Yeah, in Le Mans.
In Le Mans, 8 times.
8 times finished,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so, but only once on 5 cylinders.
Yes, yes.
1982.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that was, and I think we became the sentimental favorites at that race, because everybody around the track, I don't know if you remember, was every time you'd go by, they were cheering us on because, well, what was it, 4 hours into the race, we lost the cylinder and nobody thought we had ever run the rest of the race.
Yes, but I think a Porsche engine is very strong.
Yes.
That is a demonstration.
Talking about when Anny-Charlotte drove with us at Le Mans, she made a routine pit stop one time, and Bob, that was the year you put us all in that old funny chateau, and we had these radio guys who insisted they could give us radio communications, and they would go with us at their own expense to prove that their equipment would do. So anyway, they've set themselves up on the front of the racing pit. The car will not stop, and the FIA guy is standing there, pulled the battery over, and it didn't work. And she cranks and was a cut, and Woods turned around, took a set of wire cutters, and looks at the radio guys, cut through both of his cables and turned that sucker upside down on top. And I went to Andy like that, bang, and off she goes. And I thought, Woods, that is the fastest thing. I didn't know what the hell to do.
So we didn't have radio communication for the rest of the race.
The radio guy was in there spluttering. He was in there. Woods says, well, Jesus Christ, no, wired up again.
23 hours and 56 minutes. Porsche's 956 cars start their last round in 1-2-3 order.
So the era finally did end, huh?
Yeah, our run with the 935, our own 935 at least, ended right here, with an 11th overall, 5th in IMSA class. And with the new fuel restrictions and everything, the prototype cars were definitely the future. But Warhorse didn't exactly roll over and play dead. Yes, we'll see later on. Now, you remember the Moby Dick. Well, this is one of the clones. Gianpiero Moretti bought it and ran it over here in IMSA. And this is one that's more of a semi-clone, I guess you could call it. And here it is today, down inside the home of a guy named Preston Henn.
Wow.
It's a Thunderbird for the T-Bird swap shop. That's Henn's business.
And this is a house.
Part of the downstairs. You'll recognize some of these names. They won the Daytona 24 in '83 from the pole.
AJ.
Yep, Foyt drove it 2 or 3 times, and one of the Andrettis.
Now, you called it a semi-clone?
Right. The true clones don't have left-hand drive, for instance. Plus, it's got more steel in it than aluminum. This one was built in Southern California at Andile. There weren't many of these around, but they tended to be fast. It had to be to keep near the Lolas. The wing, the body, real similar to the Moby Dick. Twin turbos and wastegates. No trick water-cooled 4-valve heads, though.
So the rules in IMSA, they changed a lot, I guess, to allow so much difference in design?
Yeah, to some extent. Basically, at least at first, IMSA followed the FIA's rules for Group 5, which in '78 had already allowed twin turbos in, not to mention Moby Dick. See, for a lot of its life in IMSA, the 935 ran in the GTX class, X meaning experimental, which was part of the overall IMSA Championship along with the standard GT cars, like Corvettes and BMW CSL Coupes, the ones we saw in Europe, and also the all-American GTs like the V8 Chevy Monzas. Some of the rules did relax, but it wasn't that IMSA was sitting around granting Porsche's every wish. I mean, they did try things to stop its dominance, but the builders kept developing the car. Like Kramer followed the K3 with the K4. It was semi-Moby Dick-like too. So yeah, by '82, '83, things were pretty liberal. But like we said, by then, the GTP cars were here. By the way, this car's got some Garretson in it too. It won the July Daytona race in '83 with Bob Garretson as crew chief. AJ drove then too. Of course, then after this, the IMSA version of the 956, the 962, arrived here in '84, and it was just about over for the good old 935. It was dominant for years, though. 20 races in a row in IMSA, something like 140 major event wins. 15 major championships, somebody said. Oh, and a 935 gave us one last big surprise. In '84, an ex-Yost car won Sebring.
Sebring again? So how much longer did Garrettson Enterprises compete in IMSA?
Actually, the racing side was now Garrettson Development, with new people involved, and the March effort lasted only a little while longer. But then we sold the shop in 1988, and it ended up closing down in 1990. Now there's a story we don't have time for. After that, I switched to writing, and Bob went off to live in England, so
What's that? Sorry, but what's the red car up in the air?
Hang on, because you're about to hear all about it. Bob Aiken drove with us, I think, 8 times. It was his. Pretty well agreed to be the last 935.
This was the last 935 built. This car was started in '83 and finished in '83. It was built by Dave Clem, a fab car in Atlanta, Georgia, and it was commissioned to be built by Bob Aiken. And Bob had run a number of 935s and wanted a state-of-the-art, go fast, double throwdown winning car. And unfortunately, the car was started and finished really too late in its racing life. The 956 and the 962s had already come out, and this car was basically on its swan song while it was racing. Bob raced the car for about a season and did extremely well, but it was just unfortunately no competition for the 962s. This car is a twin turbo 935 with an upside down gearbox. It's a tube frame car. It's pretty much of a one-off. As you can see, it carries no bodywork like the normal 935. The ducting, all the aerodynamics were really put into this as much as it could. And Bob says that this was one of his favorite cars. Unfortunately, he had to buy a 962 to stay competitive with the rest of the IMSA field at that time. The inside of this car is totally different than any other 935 because pretty much everything was hand-built around the tubes that actually make up the car. The car is very comfortable to drive, and a number of people that have driven the car say that the car is easy to drive fast for a long period of time, and that was one of the things that Bob really wanted to try to make in this car, because he wanted to win the 24-hour race here, in Daytona, the 12 hours of Sebring, and take it on to Le Mans. But here again, it was just it was a thought just a little bit too late. The most important things in the car that obviously a driver needs to work with were positioned very close to him here. Obviously the shift lever, the all-important boost knob, and this particular lever here was designed to change the front sway bar setting so that as the tires heated up, the driver could put more bar in it, or depending on the track surface, he could adjust it to what he wanted to. This car is made up of aluminum, fiberglass, Kevlar. About the only thing 911 on this car is probably the roof structure itself. Everything else was Dave Clem fab car made for Bob Aiken. The 935 was basically based on a 911 style boxer flat opposed 6-cylinder engine. But instead of the vertical fan, they used what they call a flat fan up top to suck the air in. The alternator, instead of being behind the fan, is just like an American car alternator off to the side. The turbos, obviously, the wastegates. All of this is the air intake area. The electronics and the fuel management system are actually away from the engine on this particular car and mounted up in the cockpit area. This was the last car, and the 3.2 liter was as large as they could go, and that's what this car is a 3.2 liter 6.
Okay, now we're back to it. Believe it or not, this is Warhorse.
No way.
Yep. We sold it at the end of '82 to a guy from Southern California named Wayne Baker. We provided the crew for him, but he had to change the car all around so we could run it in the IMSA GTO class. That'd be '83. So all of a sudden, the old Warhorse really wasn't a 935 anymore.
Plus, all of a sudden, it was a whole lot less pretty.
Well, when they repainted it, they stripped all the old paint off and found 14 different paint jobs.
Jeez. So, did Warhorse do anything in GTO?
Are you kidding? It won the championship. Of course, that's not the main IMSA championship, but Wayne Baker ended up first in points, and Jim Mullen, his co-driver, was second. Oh, and believe it or not, they took one race outright. Sebring, of course. And then in 1985, Baker sold it to an East Coast fella, Chet Vincennes, who kept on running it in IMSA right through 1987. Is that amazing? Probably over 70,000 racing miles.
And it was your very first 935 back at Daytona in '78.
Well, only pieces of it were, but nonetheless, it was an amazing race car.
Well, it had to beat those Chevrolet Camaros all the time. I don't believe that's a 935.
Momo 333 SP Ferrari. This is later the same day Bob Garretson drove the RSR Turbo. Two of our guys, Marty Raffoff and Ron Trethen, crew from Moretti on weekends. You know, that's true with a lot of people. They manage to stay involved in racing one way or another. And here's Marty's debut as a pit reporter.
The first time I drove the 935 was in Talladega, and I lost the wing, so it was a nice experience. And then I did many races with the 935. I had many different type of 935.
You had a Yost Moby Dick car. How did you compare that one versus the older factory cars or the previous Yost cars?
You know, I believe it was in 80, but it doesn't make any difference. I ran the Moby Dick until 82. If somebody was telling me now to race on a Moby Dick, I would never do it again. It means that we had a chassis in small tubes and aluminum, and we were running 300K with 750 horsepower. So I believe that really something was not right in my brain.
I drove the Moby Dick car, remember, as Moretti.
Yeah.
And that was by far the most impressive. It was really hard to drive because it was a left-hand shift. Yeah. You know, it had center, you sat on your right-hand drive car. but extremely fast. I think it was a little bit better in cornering, a little better acceleration, better braking because it was just a lower car.
Well, it was lighter as well.
Lighter, but it was really hard to you know, not being English, you're not used to shifting with your left hand, and so that was kind of a negative to it.
Back in those days, I know I was working with the Dick Barber and Bob Garretson teams, and you were one of our biggest competitors, and we always raced against you every race. What was your experiences with racing against us at that time?
We beat them, so it was not so good.
Hey, we beat him plenty. Here comes Marty again and Ron.
We had the opportunity this year to kind of crew on the Ferrari car, and since we knew the people competing against them, we thought we'd keep going because we enjoy this on weekends. And so,
yeah, I think we both we have other full-time jobs, and this is something to get away and do something totally different and get away from our regular work and do some other kind of work. So that's why I still continue doing it.
And it's nice to kind of work on a car that we have a real good chance of not only winning races, but winning the championship too. Everybody has their own job, and you take care of it and you do it. Nobody has to follow you, and you just go ahead and take care of it and do it no matter what happened next to you, whether tires are going flat or there's a fire or whatever.
We asked them when they're going to quit.
When I get so old I can't jump over the wall with a tire anymore, then I guess I'll have to give it up.
Oh, I started this in 1978 working with the Dick Barber team, working for Bob Garretson, Garretson Enterprises, and it's been fun ever since then. Like I said, it's enjoyable, and as long as I want to spend my weekends here versus sitting at home watching the lawn grow, I'll keep doing this.
And they aren't the only ex-Garretson guys still around this stuff. There's Jerry, not just a Porsche engine man. Gary Cummings.
The top Wiggins plant, but I don't know what it's like.
Derek Bell, right? Right. One of the few guys that didn't run with us. Daytona press room, one of my main hangouts.
That's definitely the answer.
Now, where have I seen this guy before?
Yeah, first time I came here was in 1977 to play with cars, and now I come, 15 years, almost 20 years later to just to write about them and take pictures of them. Do a lot more walking now than we used to. I never saw this place when we came here to race, and now I've seen every inch of it.
What keeps you coming back?
I like cars.
Well, I just want everybody to give themselves a hand. I think probably got more out of race cars than anybody in the business with less money spent than anybody in the business today.
Yeah, Bob Garretson and Dick Barber, too. They did what they needed to keep the racing going. Really too bad Dick couldn't make it to this.
His wife was sick?
Right. She pulled through okay.
Sad situation. Dick called me several
Dick would have enjoyed this.
The guy was absolutely, like John said, the greatest guy as far as giving. And if he hadn't come along, if we hadn't convinced him that we could prepare his cars for him, we wouldn't have this meeting tonight. And it really is a sad situation. Dick called me several times over the week when this thing was coming about the fact that he was trying to make it, but it just looking bad. And I think it would have been a lot better if he would have been here.
I don't get excited about very many things these days, and boy, when I went to work after the call from Marty, I could care less whether I was going to lose my job or not about coming down here.
Case, tell us your name and where you're from.
My name is Case Nierop, and I live in Kelowna, and I came down with my wife, Mary Jane, to be here tonight.
Where is Kelowna, please?
Kelowna is just outside of Vancouver, between Vancouver and Calgary. It's at the west coast. It's 1,200 miles north from here. But the biggest thing is that I think the Garretson Group, when I think of Garretson Group, I think of Bob, I think of Jerry, Marty, Greg, Brian. They believed in me. At the time, I was only about 17 or 18 years old, and I was chasing these guys to try and drive, at the time, I believe it was a $200,000 or $300,000 car. And I chased Dick Barber. I mean, I'd seen these cars out there. They were the good cars. They were the cars to drive. How could I possibly get in them? And I'm still nervous about it now, thinking about how I would chase them, go down into the pit, and just bug these guys. I didn't have enough money to buy the car, to be able to drive the car. We had a little bit of money, but I didn't have any sponsors either to really add on to it. So all I really had in my pocket was myself to go and bug these guys, and sooner or later they would have to give me a break. And they did, and that was the amazing part. And today really was the most valuable experience in my racing career, to be working with these guys, having had the chance to drive a Garrettson prepared car. The kind of effort that went into it, they believed in themselves, they also believed in their drivers. They were a emotional, what do you call it, they built you up big enough to carry on, to give that little bit more. They were putting the effort into it, and therefore you were willing to even put that much more effort into it and really make it work. And that's all I wanted to say tonight, is I want to thank these guys, everybody that was part of the Garrettson team. Thank you, and best of luck to everybody for future life. I mean, racing is past now for me and for some others here, but I believe that it's a memory worthwhile that will stay with us for the rest of our life. Thanks.
And as I was sharing with the people on my table this evening, I noticed in Auto Week once that the Whittingtons, who at that time owned Road Atlanta, had the book publication from Le Mans, you know, from '79 for sale. So naturally, I bought a bunch of them naturally. And the thing is, I was saying this evening, I have that publication in my family room, and I know just where it is. But I have never yet allowed myself to open it up, okay? Because I'm waiting for the day when maybe I'm so old that I can hardly lift the pages, but that's when I want to open that book, and that's when I want to turn those pages, and that's when I want to remember it all. And I appreciate everything that we had there, and I'll never forget it. Thank you.
One more thing I was going to ask. What's John Fitzpatrick up to these days?
Golf? Well, at least whenever time allows. He's way up in the hierarchy at the Silverstone circuit in England. So, have we inspired you enough to make it to Laguna Seca for the Historics?
Are you kidding? That'd be like no dessert.
Good. Then you are approved to eject the tape. Look for race 7B down there. That's where you'll find Fitz in the Sachs car.
I'll do that. And thanks for the show. And lunch.
Car number 8, Preston Head, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, as 83 Porsche 935.
So, of course, I had to make it down to Laguna. I think I'll watch everything from right up here in the old world-famous corkscrew turn.
Car number 58, Pedro Romero from Connecticut, and a 1978 Porsche 935. The pit exit out of turn 10, and the field led by a pair of 936s, Chris Morse and David Morse, comes up into turn 11, and they are pointed our way, moving at a very, very slow pace. There's a little bit of free wide before they get to the grid. Green flag waves, and we are off and running.
Shelton made a real nice move there as he jumped up into second spot. This is a car that should be down a little bit on power some of the leaders, but Monty's driving about as hard as it can be driven. Car number 12 out in front. Chris Morris is your first place. Monty Shelton runs second, and I believe we have David Morris running up in third. I think they got the 9 car in there.
Coming at the leader. Boy, I'll tell you right now, car number 57, Monty Shelton is your leader. Car number 12, Chris Morris is in the second spot. The Martini car, the number 9 automobile, is way back in about the 5th spot as the rest of this field goes by here right now. Too many of them even look down the number 6 automobile. That 76 Porsche 936 is now running in third, and he's coming under attack from someone else as they come up the start-finish straightaway. And car number 72 tries to make a move on him as they come up the front straight.
Car Chris Morris of San Jose really trying. And the car's down in the corner. Noticing a number that we admired for many, many years, the 0 number that you see out there of Danny Youngayas. That car running in about 5th spot at the present time.
Commanding lead now, if you will. Then here comes Monty Shelton, car number 57. Next is car number 70, that's Fitzpatrick. Then we have the 12 of Morse. Then the 72, 0. Shelton smoking just a little bit. Well, we've been commenting that we've been noticing some smoke coming out of the back of Shelton's car for about the last 4 or 5 laps. And up to this point, it doesn't seem to have affected the performance. Here comes your race. Shelton as they head on up the hill, and Shelton appears to be smoking. Very interesting. I think Fitzpatrick has ideas. You might want to watch that one very closely. Back at him and repasses him going into turn 4. So there was a pass and a second pass there. A pass on 3 by the 70 car, and then Shelton came back and took it away. And see where this is going. across the start-finish line. It is still pass on Bonnie Shelton. Let's see if he's going to hold it. And Fitzpatrick got sideways. The tail of that Porsche swung out. Bonnie Shelton had to take evasive action, and he got even more sideways than Fitzpatrick did to begin with. And he's got some traffic in front of him that really is going to mess things up as they go down into 2.
Coming through too, that's car number 11 that they'll be putting a lap on, and he's kind of holding him up just a little. As they go under the Michelin bridge through 3 and 4. Rather head out of the infield toward 5. Fitzpatrick looks to be pulling it out as they head up to Jack Chisholm. Okay, Mazzano's gone by. That's no problem. Cosworth looking now for second spot, which will be John Fitzpatrick in the number 70 car. Third spot. So unofficially, Jamie Mazzano, the winner in the Chevron. That is Porsche with John Fitzpatrick, number 70, Monty Shelton, 57, Bruce Canepa, 72, Jim Torres, 100, Joe Graziano,
Thank you. It was terrific. Really
I think
enjoyed
Bonnie
it.
was using the boost knob a lot.
Well, he was quite quick on the straight. But
Yeah,
he was
I saw him.
He was
like,
a bit slower into the turn. Here he is.
Nice
You gave me. You made me work real hard there.
You didn't get that one for free.
No, I didn't. Well done.
There a little bit going
No,
on.
I certainly had-
Somebody said, "Did we touch?" And I said, "I don't think so. We're close a couple
we
times."
didn't touch.
No, it was good.
way.
It was good. I did a couple of dirty
No,
moves
because-
on you there, and
No, I stayed on the outside here.
Yeah.
There was no problem.
No,
yeah.
we were
No, no.
fine. It was a good race.
I'm glad you weren't around when I was racing this thing for real. I would have had to have worked a lot harder.
Well, it was fun. Thank you.
No, thank you. I really appreciate it. Well done. Bruce, I really appreciate it. Really
It's all right. It
made
was
me
great.
feel great.
It was fun. That's what it's supposed to be.
Bruce, it was great. And I brought it back in one piece.
Oh, that's perfect.
It felt great. It really felt just as I remembered it. You know, and it behaved perfectly. It was terrific. It was quite slippery out there, but it didn't seem to bother the car too much. It was good. You know, I just drove the thing as hard as I could. It's my kid. You drove for Good fun this race, isn't it? Yeah, we ran.
I had fun with the 36s.
We
I
went-
got one of them down here going into 2.
Oh, did
'cause
you?
They won't
That was good.
blast over the hill.
I know.
So,
I ran side by side with Monty about 3 times, I think.
Did you?
We didn't
Yeah.
touch. No, it was really good. Gave each other room, and it was good.
I was on the wall with Jerry, and he saw, oh, this is great. This is like 1980 all over again.
Yes, sir, 1980. What a great year for John Fitzpatrick, for the Garrettson crew, for the 935. And what an amazing car it was. Born alongside the original 911 Turbo in the last of racing's golden years of no fuel restrictions, growing more spectacular in every one of its 9 years of frontline competition. So dominant for so long it became almost too familiar, too much the overdog in a world that cherishes underdogs. A triumph of development over design, surely. But exactly because of that, it was a car that provided as much entertainment for those outside the cockpit as for those within. And although only time will tell how lofty a position the 935 will ascend to in the historical hierarchy of motorsports, my money has it right up near the top.
like a 935, but 500 horsepower less.